Haru. Shelly. Hey Poisey. Hey Frav. Hey Bees. Hey Geekson, if you're here. Hey Dean, if you're here too. Haru! Wow, it's not like 20 minutes stream starting time today, so that's good. I'm definitely like a little later than I said I'd be, as per usual though. But not as much as stream waiting. So, good mean. Thanks, Bees, for the bits. That's fucking cute. Where's that from? That emote. HQ! I want one! For pics. Australian slang in mine can teach chat. Ayo. Come again now! Wait, they're all cute. Those emotes. Where did that spur from, that heart thing? Because, like, the first thing that you know when you do the index finger and the thumb? That, like, it's kind of like a meme, isn't it? But I think I first noticed it from Fortnite. Did it originate from Fortnite, though? It might have, though. Or maybe, no, actually, maybe Fortnite, like, optimizes on memes and shit. So it's probably just some meme I wasn't aware of until Fortnite. I need to blow my nose. Enjoy. But I need tissue! Okay, I thought ahead. There are some in my pocket. Clean, don't you worry. You made it? Oh, you made it up? That meme originated from you? You consider that a meme, right? I'm still getting my head around what a meme actually is. It's probably neither hard or fast, to be fair. It's like super lax. It's just some cultural thing, you know? Fuck! Enjoy Snorty today. Bro, I feel like I'm gonna be this way for as long as it's gonna be cold. Which is still a while yet. It's just like eternal, like, batting off sickness, but not actually getting sick, so I guess it's good, but like I'm in this eternal limbo. Fuck, I'm gonna itch my foot. I don't scratch it. You know when you scratch itches and you make it worse. Bro, it's like cold. Why do I need to take my cardio off? I'm just gonna put it back on in a second. Zip it. Wait, you like that? Where's the hat? I didn't feel like wearing it today. I haven't even finished it yet. There's this pom-pom thing I wanted to do on the top, but I don't know. I'm like kind of on to the next thing, but who knows? It'll be cool for me to learn how to like rig stuff properly. Bro, there's a fucking itch on my foot that's pissing me off. Can you guys distract me? Anyway, let me go back a bit. Wait, I can't see. I need to go to the browser. I can't see half the emotes. Why do I even have Pepe old on my channel? What's that for? You? Better not be me. Don't know, I get these OG emojis from the Camoji app. I've never heard of that. Yeah, like, I feel like the other platform doesn't have much. I haven't explored it enough yet, but I feel like there's not much in the way of emotes, which is sad. And I don't think you can really customize. I think someone, who was it? Someone said they might be working on shit in the future though, hopefully. So I guess you're left with like, you know, the text emotes to get creative, you know, the ones that you have to do yourself. I have no idea where any of those things are. Not gonna lie. Fancy words. Why is there no land on alien water planet? I don't know. Are you playing Subnautica? Only purple mushrooms and moon cheese. Spoilers. Yeah, thanks for the bits. Oh, thanks for the 3 loads of bits. Peace. Wait, what the fuck is the other one? I know that guy is from like a... That's a bit... But yeah, I know that guy. I've seen that guy from like a meme. I can't remember who showed me. The pink one. Or in Miss Hat. She's not gonna wear it all the time. And I want to update it. I actually want to give her some clips in her hair, actually. That probably would have been easier than a fucking hat. And I probably would have used the clips more. So I'm gonna like do some like... I don't know, maybe see how I feel with like some pretty clips in her hair or some shit. Spent some time in Subnautica. Didn't die. I heard that game's really scary. No spoilers though. I want to play that one day. I heard it's really good. Maybe it's like later game. Yeah, the pink guy. I don't know the other ones. Probably, I guess he's got a mate. So scared. Yeah, people find Subnautica very scary. But it's probably like a build-up late game. I don't know what those words mean. Oh, English in chat. English is the only language I can moderate. Actually, though. So, how much of Subnautica did you play? Please, a good 1 minute. I figured out how to use my controller with my PC. Nice. Yeah. You use Bluetooth. Usually, like, you got a usually. I would say so these days. I think it comes with your motherboard or something. But you can get an additional one. Like, that might be better. You just connect it via that, I think. I was just realizing my headset, like, apparently though Bluetooth is not the best connection, and I know that with the wireless mice, because it's like not good. But then I was like, oh, your controller, like, I mean, actually I use my controller plugged in most of the time anyway. But my headset's Bluetooth, and I didn't realize, like, I didn't think that it's the same, like, you know, responsivity or whatever. With the headset, it's not as good. Probably not as real time. But at the same time, I was aware that the headset I wasn't using was like... Headset's better than no headset, probably. And in competitive games, but it's obviously not optimal. The type of headset that I'm using, the open air conduction and also Bluetooth, but whatever. I guess it's a step ahead not having a headset. Even though I technically don't use it on stream now, because apparently it changes the audio for VODs or the stream. Like, what the fuck? I was supposed to like figure that out at some point, but with maybe Tavi's help, I can't bother. So now I just back to no headset. I use it a lot though. Like Sag, because bless Tavo for helping me out with that one. But at the same time, I use it a lot. Like I use it, just not on stream. A lot. Anyway. Sometimes bugs out. Yeah. And also, you don't get very long. Well, actually, maybe it depends on your controller. I probably have an old one and stuff. But I feel like you don't... I mean, maybe you get several hours. But if I was to play Stray for like an 8-hour stream, it wouldn't last. 12 minutes? I mean, that's 12 times 1. That's when my mouse is also moving and control at the same time. Wait, what? Yeah, that can happen. I think that's fine. The game just like rotates between mouse and controller options. It just depends which one you're using, like moving. Alternates. Echo location, nice. Yeah, I heard Xbox. My brother uses Xbox controller for hooking up with PC. That one's probably the more mainstream one as well, because like a lot of games, you know how they have, Xbox controllers like X something, and then PlayStation's like got some different symbols. Like usually it's more catered towards Xbox, if anything. You're lucky if a game like caters for all, but like usually it's more towards Xbox controller. So like if I plug in like if it's not catered towards like a PlayStation controller, it'll show me the symbols to do what and what, as if it were an Xbox controller, but it's like it's not reflective of what my buttons are, so you have to kind of guess, and it's confusing. I was gonna get an Xbox one a while back, but then I couldn't afford it. Maybe Xbox is better. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's one of the reasons why the longevity that my brother uses it. Okay, cool. In a place like this is my home. I live here. Hello. You got the hat. Wait. Sorry, I'm multitasking. You got the hat. Are you also creating a glasses toggle for those lo-fi study streams? Yeah, that's not a bad idea, lo-fi study stream. Actually. Thank you. Note that down. Damn, if it was in Vroid, which I can't go back, I could have easy clapped done some glasses. It's probably not that hard anyway. I just probably more have to make them myself. I'm still figuring out how to make things to make it like a efficient, optimal, better workflow in Blender. Like I can make things, but I'm just kind of like floundering about. Like I'll get there in the end, but I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Whereas like in Vroid, they actually had because it's probably a common prop that people want. They had an automatic option for glasses, and you can alter it with the UI, so it's definitely easier. Lumish doesn't need glasses though. But they could be the, the fake one just for the sake of it. I forget, I can see Twitch, but Twitch can't see me. Yeah. But usually I read like, that's probably something good for me to do, but I kind of do it anyway. It's just one of those things. I think most people who stream do it. Because it helps you process. Like, it's hard with streaming and all this sensory input and stuff. I feel like if you read things aloud, it gives you time to process it, and it helps you process it. So usually then people are in the loop in the sense that at least I've said what I've read and I'm responding to. But I may not do it all the time. So, yeah. And it's a bit hard. I could leave chat on the stream. Like, Twitch chat will come up on the stream, but it disappears. I prefer it that way. But, I mean, if it... I could consider if it makes things a bit better, like leaving it up. It's just it takes, like, chat on the screen takes up a portion of the game screen. So I just make it, like, disappear after a while. But if one doesn't catch it, then they miss it. But hey, it's better than the reversey, yeah, like you said. The other platform's chat doesn't come up for Peace and Twitch. But yeah, I generally, I end up saying, like, reading out what I'm responding to most times, but, like, subconsciously anyway. Right here. Yeah, this is Musha's home. The channel. It's her room. I want ass control though. Yeah, you see my comment about that, Prav? So yeah. I just realized it was worse. My comment is worse. If I replaced one of the words with another word, which I did when I reread it in my head because I was laughing about it, I was like, wait a second. But we'll keep the word as gaming. So you'd be gaming with Deadpool's assets. But you know what people do when they game? They play games. Anyway. Can't buy a surprise. It was special then. So what if you replaced gaming with the... Okay, that's too much. So awesome that you can actually consider my ideas for future streams. That lo-fi hip-hop study stream. Wait, where did hip-hop come from? But hey, there've been some cool hip-hop from Australia. Fuck, I used to listen to some of them as well. Like Hilltoplids. Bro, I have like such a wide variety of music, but like I've ebbed in and out. But yeah, there was a period of time, and I'd ebb back in, it's just I forget about it and access and stuff. I guess a lot of things are accessible free on the internet now. But yeah, Hilltops was a really good one. I think I had a manager that was into hip-hop, Aussie hip-hop, and it got me into that too. That's a pretty good idea. Let me put it down, actually. You know, I was lazy, but... Where is it? Stream ideas. Because I've been wanting to like get more lo-fi music as well, so if it was pertinent to doing something on stream, I'd probably put aside a bit more time for that. I have a lot of access to lo-fi music. Oh yeah. Fuck, now I'm cold and too lazy to put my cardigan that's just right behind me. Yeah, thanks for my joke, Raf. I should appreciate it. Figured you enjoy that. What do they do when people game? They play games. Do they have Aussie hip hop not referring to animals? Wait, what? for one of the very few occasions Ruff's on my page. What? The page of what? It's just what the lo-fi BGM scene calls it. What's BGM? I suck with acronyms. Even if they're the, you know, ones I apparently know are the most common. POG? What does POG stand for? Just kidding. Kangaroo or emu songs? The fuck you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, was that kind of a joke on Aussie hip hop? I don't know. Aussie hip hop's good. Listen to Hilltop Hoods. I don't know if they've done anything recently. They're quite popular in Australia, at least. You're missing the T though. But that's why I play the game PogChamp, because it's kind of like Pog, but it's technically POTG. Fuck, I'm gonna sneeze. Gross. Sorry, not sorry. I should put my cardigan on. I'll have to get more tissues in a minute. I just use toilet paper. I don't use facial tissues, so my nose is gonna be fucking shampooed. Oh, background music. I have to read that again now. Just what the lo-fi background music scene calls it. Lo-fi hip-hop though? Oh, I think I've seen hip-hop. Yeah, true. In titles and stuff on YouTube. But hip-hop I see is more like, you know, like Hilltop Hoods and stuff. It's more upbeat and more like rappy. Or maybe it's not. Lo-fi is like definitively slower. And calmer. Pretty sure. That's my take on it. And yeah, I was joking. I generally wasn't expecting any Aussie hip hop. Oh, maybe. I thought maybe they were quite popular outside Australia, but I don't know. Maybe it was just in Australia. The Hilltop Hoods. They got some bangers. I'll listen to them now if I wouldn't get striked. Hip hop in California tends to imply the artist is a rapper. Yeah, I feel like hip hop, my association connotations is like kind of rapping though. And yeah, like the Australian hip hop is kind of like that too. I don't know, that's how I kind of saw it. Like rapping. Alright. Well, it's just a lot of genres sound similar. It's kind of like lo-fi, right? But I mean, the more you listen to it, the more you can distinguish and appreciate the similarities and difference within that genre. But yeah, a lot of lo-fi, like a lot of this music, not all of it, but a lot of the music I use for stream, would you not like say that sounds kind of similar? It's because it's like the lo-fi genre. I don't know. Maybe when we can appreciate the differences a bit more is because it's like a genre we listen more of. Wait, what's a pig champ? Yeah. Alright. Alright, guys, we're gonna get to class today. We're gonna do shit today. We're gonna be Alright, I had big ideas for today, but I think I'm jumping the gun. So I found one of the journal articles like a long while ago, where I was. Wait, is Sabi okay sneezing? You okay, Sabi? Bro, they've been hectically sneezing lately. I think the weather's getting to them. One sec. Georgie's been sneezing too. I'll have to keep an eye on them. Like if they're feeling really bad, just be aware. If my cats, I always put that up. If my cats are feeling funky town, I might have to call it, but I think they'll be fine. I just have to maybe keep an eye on them and take some time for them, maybe periodically during stream. Oh, book chat. I think I've heard of that saying before. Yeah, I don't know a lot of memes, to be fair. I know a lot of Twitch culture memes, like, you know, the memes with the pepper and stuff. I've become acquainted with that. Memes in general, I'm just still getting my head around what a fucking meme is, and I do see some time to time now, but I never really, like, up to date with them. I know a lot of them. So then it's like an in-joke, but it's, like, not really an in-joke, because a meme is, like, a widespread cultural thing, but it's just, like, I'm not aware of it. So then, like, if there are a lot of meme jokes that you guys say, then it goes over my head like an in-joke, and then I'm, like, it's lost on me because I'm unaware. So it's kind of like an in-joke, but not an in-joke with the rest of the culture except me. Class is starting. I didn't study. That's right, I didn't either. Actually, no, I did a bit, but probably gonna take the class somewhere I didn't study. Didn't prep for. I actually read, like, but I was kind of interested anyway. It wasn't just for stream, I was interested anyway, but in a way it, like, kind of helped, like, with prepping. But at the same time, then I realized it's probably too heavy. Not there yet. Might dive in soon, but it also, like, I realized it was too heavy because it was bringing up concepts I was, like, prior to it or leading to it or pertinent to the journal article that I was reading, and the concepts. It was, like, bringing up topics and concepts that I hadn't addressed yet that I kind of, like, in a way, would help facilitate understanding the article and the research. Kind of elementary concepts for, like, molecular genetics that I haven't touched on that do extend upon what we've learned about the structure of DNA and shit like that. So I was like, maybe we should address that first. And also, I've still skipped on, like, what is genetic mutation and what's the importance. I mean, I did talk about it briefly, but I could go into it more, like, so we get a bit of understanding and, like, diagrams and shit. And then also, like, meiosis, mitosis. But fuck that shit! No, we'll do it at some point. Hope there's no pop quiz. Nah, don't worry. Fuck that shit. Unless you want one. But at the same time, that would involve me figuring out questions, and then it's homework for me. 100%. What about the meme thing? In-joke. Probably, you can take what I've, like, what you hopefully have learned from what I've shared, learning myself on stream, and then try and take that knowledge to apply it to answer your own question and figure it out. So, I know, would that be a good thing if a teacher said that, like, to a student? But I'm not your teacher. I'm learning, just learning. But, like, it's always good as well, like, to try, at least try. So, like, if someone was a teacher, it's not to, like, dismiss someone, but it's like, I'll help you, but try first. Have you tried to answer your own question, given the knowledge that you've learned? It's a good way to, like, test yourself or, like, really sink in that, you know, you're learning. Consolidate your learning. To actually think for yourself how to answer such a question based on what you've learned. Oh no, that's a bit longer. So yeah, I thought today, maybe not go crazy, but there was this concept, you know, I'm still learning. I didn't even, you know, I read some of the article like that I wanted to like go into at some point on stream, or like one of the many articles on these particular concepts that I wanted to share, but I think it's too soon for that. So I only read a bit of that. I might touch on some of it, but maybe not if I don't want to go for 7 hours. I want to play some games today. But it did, reading it, I'm like, there are these concepts that I haven't consolidated myself and I could share with you guys that extend upon what we've already learned. So one of them, and maybe is what I'll focus and address today, is like, and I have learnt it in the past, but I've forgotten everything and I didn't prep today. So I'd be learning it on the stream and sharing that with you guys. So if I were to explain it right now, I'm a little at a loss, but I'll try a little bit. But the names of the things that I want to learn and consolidate are like, it's to do with how we look at DNA structure, and names or concepts called introns and exons. And, you know, take this with a pinch of sprinkle of, or just chuck a whole bunch of salt out. Because like I said, I'm still learning until I don't know. But like, if I'm trying to pull out from my memory, like to address that question last time that you had, Kuv, and you know, I do have remnants of knowledge that might be correct. I think it's something to do with like gene expression and regulation. So we're talking about DNA structure, right? You know, which is our genes, right? Right? And DNA, like, being the source of information for our body to do anything, to construct anything. It's like the blueprint, right? You know, I think gene is a way, okay, take this with a fucking bunch of salt. Gene is a way of acknowledging, like, portions of the DNA. You know, so it's kind of another word for it, but not. But anyway, so like, in order to create your body to create stuff from your referring to the blueprint of the DNA and stuff, aka like genes, like, you know, there's a process where it's like expressed, you know, so gene expression, and then, you know, things are being like the blueprint, the DNA, the gene is being read and stuff is going on so that, you know, you could build stuff in the body or whatever. And that activity that's going on generally is like gene expression. So your genes, like, you don't always, like, your body's not always referring to every part of your DNA. Is particular circumstances, particular, you know, developmental like periods or whatever, particular times that it needs to construct and refer and build things. And when it is doing that for that particular portion of DNA, aka gene, when it's active, is like expression, gene expression. So, anyway, and could be gene like repression or whatever. There's another word for it, but I think you get what I mean. Anyway, introns and exons have something to do with that. It helps understand the physiology, I think, of how this structure how the structure ends up, you know, how the body uses the structure or whatever, how the structure ends up being something in the body, you know, like functionally producing a product, shit happening, you know. Kind of elaborates on that. But this is me kind of talking out my ass and I don't fully understand. So, intron and exons. Anyway, I'm back. Yeah, genes. What's the mitochondria job in this? Ah, fuck. I have to pull it out of my ass. Like, I think the mitochondria is, it provides shit and support for the cell. I fucking don't remember. It's like a little powerhouse that, like, I don't know, helps support the cell. I can't remember why. It's maybe energy-wise or something. This is me just like, I've learnt this shit in the past, but use it or lose it. Like, it'll come back, but I'm really pulling at stuff, which I was kind of pulling at before, but I was able to blabber on about it, I guess. I feel like I'm not as able to blabber on about my mitochondria, but I don't know. Maybe that's enough understanding, something to do with, like, fucking looking after the cells, like a powerhouse, like helping with energy. I fucking don't know. Maybe we should learn about mitochondria. There's so much, though. Introns and exons today. Off topic. Did you try the new healer? Yeah, I did. I was actually that's why maybe I'm a little bit late today. I stayed up later. I was trying to get my good sleep still going, and then I fucked it a little bit, but it could have been worse. Fuck, I'm congested. I'll mute this one for a sec. Fuck, so congested. Maybe I need a drink. Fuck, I'm only at the tip of the talking today and I'm getting kind of like... Oh, I have to close my blinds in a minute. Yeah, Juno, I tried the new healer. Fuck. I think it was a shit time for OCE for queuing anyway, because there's not even any queues then. Or maybe people were hanging out to play because it's accommodating for, like, American times anyway. But, like, people were complaining in streams about 15-minute queues and people concerned about 20-minute queues. I had, like, fucking, like, a 25 half an hour queue and then it fucking DC'd and I have to wait again. Like, the Australian queues, maybe it was because of the time or it's just worse here. Probably the time, or... I don't know, maybe more people are fucking don't know. Less games, I don't know. But it was like at least like half an hour. And then if it fucking DCs and breaks or some shit, then you have to wait like almost another half an hour. So I ended up only playing one game, but I was like sussing the champ out, the hero. There's a new hero in Overwatch called Juno. She's like Spaceship Ranger. She's like a movement support champ. So I was playing around with her in the training thing, and I figured out some kind of like things with her. I thought it'd be a good opportunity. I ended up like taking an extra time to do a short as well, because I figured out something with her ability. I don't know if it's that great, but yeah. So I did a short as well and posted it. So then I was like, but anyway, got into one game finally, and I just played one game. And you know what? I felt so bad. I'm quite proud of myself. It was a nice little thing. So, like, I managed to insta-lock her and get her quick, but, you know, every support probably wanted to try her. And it was like over half an hour queue, or at least every person queuing probably in my region is like half an hour. So, like, I played her for the first bit and I sucked ass. And then in the second portion of the game, the intermission, the other one, it was like, the other support was like, Bap, and came up to me and was like, thank you, Baptiste. They were saying that. I think they were joking because I got her and like, oh, no, you get her, enjoy. But then I was like, nodding at them, and then I went off Juno to let them have a go. Because that's only fair, and I don't really care, and I sucked with her anyway at that point in time, so... and then they were like, I think they were happy. Then they changed to her. I don't know, maybe they didn't want to play her, but chances are they did, and, you know, they did. So I went Mercy, and then they changed and had a go at Juno. I think that's a nice concept, though. If you have to wait such a long time, like, I'll insta-lock her first, because I don't think anyone else is going to do that for me. But then I'll play a one and then like switch off if it's very long, and then they can play it for the other half of the game. I think that's fair. But yeah, I gotta try a bit. I didn't realize a speed thing. It's like a semicircle, but when you throw it into the air, you can throw it into the air and it's a full circle. Maybe for like fire or some shit. That's pretty cool. Anyway, good point. Maybe my DNA has made part making my toes big problem at ancestor. I think mitochondria is for plant cells. It's probably for any kind of, or a lot of living things. It's definitely pertinent to humans as well though, but I wouldn't be surprised for plants. I think it's a thing for like a lot of living things. Wiki says mitochondria is common in most eukaryotes. Yeah, I forget the differences. I've learnt this. I think it rekindled, like I came across it when I was researching other stuff from other streams. But I think there's like prokaryotes, or I can never say it, and eukaryotes. There's two like living things, and they can be portioned out in two ways like that. And I think it revolves around how your DNA is surrounded or packaged, or how the cell is laid out. And I think the difference is like eukaryotes are like have the nucleus, and the DNA is in there, and it's contained, and there's a nucleus within the cell. I think the pro whatever isn't, and it's probably like viruses and bacteria, but don't quote me on that. Let me look it up. I mean, honestly, it's probably in my fucking book. Actually, I was supposed to look that up before stream, introns and exons, and it'd probably be my molecular genetics book. I might quickly get that book and quickly look that up. One sec. I was going to sleep and then I was rushing around getting ready and stuff. But I think I saw a little been gaming a long time. Fastest toggle moment. Basically, yeah, it's the power plant conversion for energy drink things, photosynthesis. Well, yeah, I guess Geeksan's talking about photosynthesis was plant related. That's not like in humans, right? But, like, I know mitochondria is a big thing for human cells. So, I dare say, yeah. Oh, but you did say it's eukaryotes. Yeah, so it's like living things, so eukaryotes. Eukaryotic cells or some shit. What was the other one? Prokaryote or some shit? Fine, let's just look up eukaryote first. There's probably like a page that just gives like a definitive... Oh, I'm gonna fucking rip pages. Getting too excited. A definitive description, distinction between the two. Alright, let me just take my time and not rip my pages of my Bible. I should be in science category right now. Eukaryotes, 137. I'm gonna take pro something will be there too. Fuck, what's the number? 137. I think it's something to do with this. The titles of the subsections are pretty informative. Chromosomes can be circular or linear. I think the prokaryotes or whatever tend to be circular, and then the DNA, like we've learnt about chromosomes and shit, linear in eukaryotes. Yeah, prokaryotic cells versus eukaryotic cells. Prokaryotes, eukaryotes. Comparison of typical prokaryotic and eukaryote cells. So I'm just trying to understand. I think eukaryotic cells can be subdivided into haploid and diploid cells. I think diploid was more like humans. I don't know. Oh, hang on. Bro, this is its own fucking lesson. So I'm not reading chat. I will read in a bit. I can't do 20 things. Probably not supposed to read this word for word, right? Wait, let me read something first. Yeah, I think it's what I said, Kofi. So, like, prokaryotes have, apparently it's a single, like a circular chromosome. So it's like circular, I guess it's connected, and it's single, whereas eukaryotes, as we have learned, are like a bunch of actually separate chains that are linear. Like if you stretch them out, they're linear, whereas a prokaryote is circular. And it's different organisms. So humans are like linear, eukaryotic. It's a number of things that the differentiation. It's also the nucleus thing that I was telling you about. But yeah, I think prokaryotes tend to be like bacteria and virus-like, you know? And I think that because of the way it's laid out, you know how they multiply and replicate quite rapidly, probably more efficiently than human cells. Because, you know, that's bacteria and viruses for you. Or one or the other, I fucking don't know. It's probably something to do with their structure too. But yeah, then they've got another section, I think, where your eukaryotic cells can be divided into two kinds. Wait, let me quickly read this. So they're saying most eukaryotic cells are diploid. Okay. So if you break it down, it's like, I don't know what ploid is, but di's like 2. So it's referring to 2 copies of each chromosome. So I think haploid, presumably in comparison to that, is probably 1 like individual. You know how I said with the human DNA that the chromosomes are in pairs? So what is it, like 46 individual chromosomes, but they are paired up. They're in pairs. So 23 pairs. So that pairing of chromosomes having two that are paired, that are similar, that's what diploid, don't know how to say it, refers to. They're called homologs, the pairs. Let me read the haploid. I think haploid is like happens with cells in is it meiosis? The sex cells when they like I don't know. Yeah. See? So haploid cells, you know, it's a single copy of chromosome. And that process happens where the chromosomes get like halved or like whatever, the pairs get halved or singled out in reproduction. And there's also polyploid. Anyway, fuck, that was a whole fucking lesson in itself. I could draw and like write things down that I wanted to help, you know, but I didn't expect to talk about it. Wait, we haven't spoken about mitochondria either. Wait, what's the ... question mark? This is learning. Alright, I'm reading now. Herald can pass through walls. That's old news, Ruff. We're talking about genetics now. Yeah, I presume so. I think it just escalates. So it starts off in a centered area, Juno, Overwatch Juno, support alt, and it just radiates until it disappears. Sounds like you got your homework cut out for you. Is biology your best subject? Probably not. I've just become interested in it. It's more like molecular genetics, and like I like going to the root of things and really understanding how things work. I guess it's not the real root because you can always go smaller and smaller, but I like going small, so like molecular, so I can really understand what's going on there. So that was the topic that I last left off. Like, I still very much like am fascinated by probably more so like neuroscience, like the nervous system, the brain, stuff like that. But I saw the relevancy and the importance, like disciplines can cross and inform one another. And I saw the value of understanding genetics and even evolution, which I used to not like this stuff, or not that I not liked it. I guess it just nothing hooked me in, and I thought it was boring. But it's actually ever so fascinating and pertinent to almost a lot of things, a lot of topics that are to do with living things. So in order for me to understand like what I love, like the brain and neuroscience and that kind of stuff, is kind of like not for everyone, but I felt it's pertinent and ever so fascinating and important to understand genetics and evolution and how that can affect my understanding of neuroscience and how that can help with stuff in that field. Understanding, research, exploration, knowledge. Yeah. But if we go back to biology and stuff, yeah, I always like kind of in high school found it interesting, and I did kind of well at it then at that stage. So, because I felt like the top, like, you know, it's not always the case, but I felt like growing up and studying in high school, there were like top sciences. Like, you wouldn't do them all and you just pick, but the hardest ones, the ones considered top, you know, were like usually chemistry and physics, which is, chemistry can inform biology and stuff like that, but you know, physics is, and same with physics, to be fair, they're all fucking interrelated, I guess, but they are like different at the same time. And human biology was something else, so you would usually pick two sciences. So I was pushing at like chemistry and physics, and then I wasn't doing well and I wasn't interested, and then I ended up doing human biology, and it was quite interesting, and I did well, as well as chemistry, but I dropped physics. Yeah. I mean, physics can like be pertinent to like concepts in like to do with physiology and, you know, but I don't know. Anyway, it was very dry. Maybe it was like, you know, maybe not something didn't click with me at that time, just like with evolution and, you know, meiosis and mitosis and shit. I'm still kind of biased at the moment. I've been wanting to learn that on stream, and then I'm like, fuck, we'll do that later. But it's interesting. Surely. And effects above or... Wait, what? So, all can pass through walls and effects above or below. Oh, below. Effects above or below. Well, it's just through the sky, right? From like, I don't know, satellite or fucking the space. So it's just going to be anywhere vertical within the zone. You can see the zone as it like radiates out, and how as it diminishes, you have to be within that zone to have effect overall. Thank you for the beach. Please. Hey, Sleep. Sorry, I'm slow in chat. I was reading up and stuff. Responded 10 hours later. Yeah. Yeah, you sweep PBs? You didn't get in sweep. Classic. Damn, Classic's not coming out in OBS. Yeah, sorry, in browser. But yeah, hey Sleep, how are you? I'm okay. I actually feel pretty good today. Wasn't the best of sleep, but it wasn't the worst. I think I got a good like 6 hours. So it's okay. Unless it's your job, I see no use for it in real life. Wait, biology? I think it is, you know, not everyone can be a jack of all trades, and everyone has their interests, right? So it's literally impossible. And even people that stretch and do more than the average, what is averagely humanly possible, they're either either or two things. They're either really like fucking exceptional, and or I say, because it might not just be or, you know, they can be exceptional and this, and they have a very difficult balance in life. So there's probably lacking and struggling elsewhere because they're doing so much. But yeah, so everyone has their own kind of things. Like, yeah. And it's what you want to understand in life. I don't know. It's pertinent to so many things. This is why, like, I'm fascinated by molecular genetics. Okay, I was going off my, like, chops about it because this is why I've realized, and this is my fascination. So I've always been interested in, like, the brain and neuroscience and how, like, it stemmed, like, I started off studying psychology, right? Because, like, I wanted to know why people do the things that they do. Like, why do they do the things that they do? And I thought psychology is, like, where I could kind of, you know, sometimes you will never understand, but you can at least try. And I thought psychology is the way to go, and it can be to an extent. But then I started getting more interested in, like, more of the source, and probably, you know, there's the nature and nurture thing in psychology, more of the nature. So, like, okay, you know, in biology, like, why do we do the things that we do? Why biologically? Like, it's nature and nurture, but there's the nature part, right? Biology. We have these genes, genetics, these cells. You know, the neurons in the brain, electrical activity, like neurons are cells. You know, electrical activity is like resulting in us moving, thinking, all that kind of thing. These cells communicating with one another. So I wanted to find out, you know, why do we do the things that we do, but nature-wise, biologically-wise. And then, you know, I started to tap in, like, understand and, you know, feel for a lot of people, like, there's disease, like, in any kind of aspect. Like, you know, cancer, you know, cardiac disease. But, like, you know, me, like, being fascinated and also, like, personal touch as well, like, neurological disease, right? So, you know, so I'm getting a bit, like, passionate about it, but I'm losing my thoughts. So, like, you know, I'm like, so I'm, like, touched and interested about, like, neurological disease and stuff. And then it's like, well, how do we help people suffering from neurological disease or any disease? How do we help it? We try and understand the disease. How do we understand the disease? How do we try and help the disease? And that comes down to these things. If you really want to get into the nitty gritty, like, you figure out, how do these things operate in nature? And how can we impact that? And that can really come down to, like, the DNA. So we're going down to the biology and going smaller and smaller, and you can keep going smaller and smaller. But anyway, that's where I started, like, entry point, you know, segue to, like, molecular genetics, like the DNA, and understanding that. If you can understand how, like, the structure of DNA, how it operates, what you can do there is literally pertinent to any kind of disease. Not even just disease, it's pertinent to understanding any kind of thing, like positive or negative. And then if you, like, have people who suffer, or you're, like, touched or want to help people who suffer certain things, you can use that knowledge to understand what's healthy and what's disease, and how we can, like, potentially mediate, support, hopefully cure one day those things. So I don't know. So just for me, like, this is really heavy stuff, and I didn't realize, like, you know, it's interrelated, but yeah, then it's different from neuroscience, right? But it's interrelated. And then that's how I became fascinated with, like, molecular genetics, because it's cross-applicable. It's any living thing, any kind of disease. So I can take that knowledge and understanding of genetics, molecular genetics, and I can apply that to, like, my concerns or, like, you know, interest in, like, wanting to understand anything, like, kind of neurologically, disease or not. But you could take that understanding and apply it, you know, to do with, like, the cardiovascular system, plants, you know. I don't know. kind of crazy. It's kind of like the key to understanding life, and like hella cross applicable. But yeah, I don't know. Should have taught us how to do our income tax so we didn't have to pay someone else. I mean, I do my own taxes. You know, a lot of the time you worry, like you really, but you know, you just try your best to like be honest, and you gotta try. But like, you know, one thing you need to consider, like when you pay a tax person to do your tax, it doesn't absolve you of any mistake. Like they're still human and prone to mistake. So if they make a mistake, it doesn't absolve you. It'll still come down to you. So in a way, like if you figure out how to do it, you have a bit more control, right? But people can learn to do their own taxes. I can't afford to pay someone to do my tax, so I do it myself. I do concern sometimes. I do it the best. Like you hear people, like I'm not, you know, I'm doing the right thing, trying to be honest and like do everything I can. But it's like, shit, do I know what I'm doing? But you know, I'm learning each year. Yeah, I do my own taxes. But yeah, taxes are different as well. I know you're joking, but like taxes are country specific as well. Anyway, rambling. Feeling pretty good. Just sorry, I'm hell slow. I got fucking in my little fucking tangent bubble. Feeling pretty good. Just ill. Wait, you feeling good but you're ill? I mean, that's good considering then. So, I mean, considering it's not good to be ill, but if you're feeling pretty good considering you're ill, that's better than being ill and feeling shit, right? But streams, nice. Yes, was just saying it should have an entire semester covering all taxes in real life. Wait, me teaching, or you're just saying like in general? I mean, you know, honestly, the government should run something to like teach people how to do taxes. Like, where the fuck nobody teaches this shit. But honestly, like, I just follow the prompts. Like, you know, like you know where you figure out, you know. Surely, right? I don't know if I can Google it and look for a government website, but like, you just go to the government website and initiate, you know, the tax thing, and then you follow the prompts, and then you just try and follow it. It's pretty self-explanatory. Like, honestly, like, that's the course itself. Actually just do the tax and yourself and follow the prompts. I mean, at least in Australia. Maybe, like, other countries aren't so informative. But, yeah, as you do the tax, like, it's got, like, you know, info areas. Like, if you don't understand it, yeah, you click on the info thing. Oh, you mean high school didn't? Yeah, they don't do that, really. Yeah, that'd be good if they had, I don't know how it is now, but if they had classes that actually supported you. Like, I get it, it's important to have all these different, like, knowledge classes like, you know, areas of study and disciplines and shit, but, like, there should be, like, a discipline, like, one related to, like, being an adult and, you know, what's the word? Things that you're gonna need to understand that they don't teach you in school, or at the time at least. Like, life skills. They should have, like, stuff for that, which I felt like they don't. Maybe they do now. I don't know. But that would have been handy. Like, even if it's just a segue, right? To go to, like what I said. They have a class, they have a teacher, they say, look, this is the website you go to. Look, follow the prompts. Look, it tells you how to do it. Look, we'll do, like, you know, an example case study. Like, it's huge. Like, people just don't know where to go sometimes as well, even though it seems basic. If you just show them once. Show them, like, how, you know, maybe people offload it to a tax person because they don't realize that you can do it yourself. I mean, it is a bit time consuming, of course. But honestly, like, a lot of people have to use, it's time consuming, so I hear. Like, you have to scrounge together everything to give to your tax person. So, you're kind of doing work anyway, regardless. But yeah, I guess you do a little bit more just to input it in. But it's just, you know, the hard work is getting shit together, I think, which you need to do for the tax person anyway. The next part is just inputting in which might take, like, you know, a couple of hours. But, like, when you think about how much you're paying a tax person, just pay yourself. Do it yourself and get, like, fucking do it yourself and get, I don't know, 20 ice mochas as your reward for the next couple of months. I don't know. And then, you know, be satisfied that, you know, like learning how to do it. And you have more control. Because like I said, yeah, they're a qualified tax person probably and stuff like that, hopefully. That's what you're paying for. But, like, so I heard, like, and it makes sense. They're human prone to error, and if they make a mistake, it does still fall on you. You can't be like, you know, ignorance isn't bliss. But then at the same time, if you're doing it, and you know, but you just, it's not too hard really. Like, I don't know. At the same time, I don't know what the fuck, but you just follow the prompts. And you be honest. You know? Get what they want. Like, provide the info that they want. And done. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Probably I'm ranting. Wait, class hasn't even started, guys. Wake up, wake up. Wait, let me look up mitochondria again and really as well. Fuck, I've already, now, you know, I've already done class on fucking prokaryotic cells, eukaryotic, mitochondria. I think doing introns and exons too much today. Maybe if I can do my little 5-minute thing, even though I haven't done homework. Okay, let's quickly get distracted and look up mitochondria. Mitochondria is very important though. So I remember. I should switch to the science category. Oh, I was supposed to do a fucking thumbnail today. I can't be fucked. Mitochondria, genetic code of, I might be talking about something else. 536. L536EO. Okay. Oh. I think it's talking about the code. We just want to learn about regular mitochondria. I could get my other book. It's so fucking heavy though, my neuroscience book. Alright, maybe we might just like go to our credible Google. Alright, we're just gonna do that. Okay. Google, good old Google. Fuck, I just closed the tab. What? Oh my god, I just closed one of the tabs that I fucking might need. Restream, let me get that back up. Alright, mitochondria. In humans. In humans. Oh yeah. So mitochondria are an energy factory. The job of mitochondria is to... Yeah, I knew it was something to do with oxygen. The job of mitochondria is to process oxygen and convert substances from food you eat into energy. Mitochondria exists in nearly every cell in the human body. Mitochondria produce 90% of the energy our body needs to function. So yeah, there are... So like I was saying, you know, anything in the body, like even like referring to the genetic code for processes to create other things like proteins or stuff that are the building blocks of, say, mitochondria or any kind of thing in the body, that requires like energy. I think, is it like ATP, APP, or some fucking shit, I can't remember. And that's where mitochondria is very, very important, because you need energy for any kind of process in the body. And I guess that's where, like, you know, oxygen as well feeds that, is important too. But yeah, anything requires energy. So mitochondria are very important, and you get diseases and stuff where there's shit going on, where you maybe don't have enough, or it's not efficient, or, you know, there's errors and shit, and there's diseases that are like that, which are, you know, not good. can't remember what they're called, but yeah. But it's like with anything, I guess, in life. You know, if things don't operate properly, it's not going to be, like, it's going to be disease and it's not going to be that great. But yeah. Well, there you go. See, I kind of pulled that out of my ass, but not. Yeah, I guess so. Just learning. But anyway, okay. I don't know what to do. There's this like topic with Alzheimer's disease that I wanted to talk on with the genetics and shit like that, but it might be too heavy. I was gonna do the intron and exon thing. Maybe we do that another time. We've talked a lot today. Let me see. What does my book say? I didn't even look. I was supposed to do this before stream. Let's see if this book has a section on it. Surely it would, though. Introns. See also RNA splicing. So something there else that I missed out, I haven't talked about yet, is like obviously there's DNA, but there's stuff called RNA and mRNA. And I think, you know, if you're looking into introns and exons and stuff, and it says also cRNA splicing, it's obviously talking about RNA and mRNA. And it'd be good to like inform you guys on the differences. So maybe that's something that would be more important to do. I wonder if we could do a brush over today of future topics, but then that's probably impossible. This is why you should sleep at night and nap in the day. Wait, what's that? There's also the circadian rhythm as well, night and day, but it's getting broken a lot more in today's society because of technology, the introduction of like light and, you know, screen time and shit. That's probably kind of why we're half fucked up. Alright, let's just go to page 415. Let's see what exons. Does it say 415 too? See. Let me go this, and then I'll decide if I change category or not. Why does exon not have its own fucking section? Oh wait, it does. 415, yeah. Alright. Let me change the category. We'll do like, try and keep it brief. I'll get better and better. This is a new thing that I'm doing and I tend to jibber jabber, but... Sorry, I'm just looking at it. I think Google is honestly the best place to start first. Maybe we just Google today. Alright, you know, the book is important and probably ever so more reliable, but let's close this book up and we might Google some concepts today, and it can be introductory to later solidifying with more credible resources next time. Okay, so let me switch. Okay, I know we've been talking about some heavy stuff already and it's like, Jesus, she's still going. Let's switch, we'll do a little bit, we try not to go overboard, okay? What I really want to like just quickly brush over is maybe like the differences, like there's different like differences between like DNA, RNA and mRNA, and then maybe quickly touch on introns and exons. So yeah, and like I said, I mean this is basically just it. Maybe I just say this, but from my memory, like exons are like a region of DNA, you know, for a gene. A gene is usually, I think, representative, this is me kind of take it with a salt, of a portion of DNA that, you know, can functionally, like, result in something. Like, is the code to result to how to build this protein for the body. So, yeah, and exon represents, you know, if that is active, that information, and when it's active, it can build something. Introns, I believe, like a portion of the DNA, usually like, you know, I think it's usually like exon, intron, exon, and introns, they didn't know too much because they don't actually express you know, like an exon does for gene expression, for functions of the body. But I think they started to realize that they're very important in influencing the activity, the functionality, or the repression of exons and gene expression. So they're like hella important. And I think they thought that they were the nothing part of the genetic code, which then they soon realized that they're fucking just as important. So it's kind of crazy. So this is how understandings evolved. So they thought, oh, you know, your DNA has this shit part that's good for nothing. And then it's like, wait a second, it's all good. We just didn't understand. Like, this is just as important because it regulates the exons, that part of the genetic code. So anyway, okay, jibber jabbering. Jibber jabber. I don't know if that's Australian or if it's just me. It might be Australian though, actually. Okay. Alright, let me change the title. Fuck, I don't even have a title. Okay, let's go to science and technology. So I don't know, should we try and give ourselves like, we'll give myself like half an hour to rattle on a bit more? Sounds like a lot, but it's probably not a lot for me. So a plan for later today as well is like biting off more than I can chew. So I wanted to play a storyline game and just chill. So Harold Halibut, but also the release of the new support today. So I might want to try and play some of her. So what I might do is after jibber jabbering, I might open up Overwatch because I'm crazy. See how the queues are, if I can play her. Maybe play for her for a little bit. If it's not like great, like half an hour queues and people are insta-locking, then I'll just switch over and then we might just chill in storyline gaming. But yeah. So let me just update my categories and stuff. Alright, what do you think the topic should be? I had a coffee before. I haven't even got a coffee right now. False advertising. I don't know. I want to put DNA, but if we're learning about RNA and mRNA, it's different to DNA. So DNA and related. It makes the other ones seem like they're not important. Ah, fuck it. Maybe we'll just do molecular genetics. Even though, what the fuck does that even mean, to be honest? But that's why you come here. Alright, we need an emoji. What emoji can we use? Is that like a cell emoji? Probably not. There's a microbe one. A microbe as a bacterium grown in a petri dish. Should we just choose a microbe? Is there anything like a fucking circle to represent a cell without being just a fucking circle? Alright, we're just gonna do a white circle, I guess, because it's nothing. Wait, do they have the DNA? Wait, DNA, they might have the double helix. Oh, hell yeah, they do. Hello? Okay. We'll add that to the circle. Do we want it before or after the circle? After. Sorry, emojis are like one of the important things that I have to do. So guys, some important business, aka emojis. Alright, let me just update the other oh yeah, I can do a microscope. Hang on. Microscope. Cool. Okay, we'll add one of those. Nice. Alright, let me cut and paste this for the other platform. Okay. Okay, do I have my title document? Bro, I can't find anything here. Did I not cut and paste it here? Fuck, probably not. Because if I'd had it, because obviously we've done learning on stream before, so if I saved it, the tags in my document, title document, I could have just cut and pasted it, but I guess I didn't. Alright, so what tags are we going to use? Genetics. Wait, hashtag science. Science. Molecular genetics. Hashtag DNA. Hashtag introns. Introns. I don't think that's even a hashtag. I'll start it. Exons. Yeah. Let's do, I guess. I wanted to touch on... Can the fucking thing stop assuming what I'm gonna write? Because oh, fuck. Alright, let me start again. DNA, RNA, and mRNA. So learning about, like, because DNA, RNA, mRNA, maybe processes, you know, RNA splicing and shit. This is the shit. These are like, I think RNA splicing, I don't even fully know this, but this is the stuff I was touching on. That's like a technique, I think. How people are looking into understand the genetic code and maybe even modifying it. And you would say, why modify it? Because, you know, like genetic modification and shit like that. But this is the stuff that would be required to probe and try and understand, you know, and possibly help a disease state. Like a genetic code that results in disease. And do you, like, one would, you know, the humankind, it's an endeavor to try and, you know, cure disease, no? So this is a part. You know, I feel like there's a negative connotation on genetic, like, modification and stuff like that. But if you look at it at this, in this kind of, like, perspective of, like, you know, someone has, like, there's the genetic code for disease and you want to try and potentially mediate or cure disease. You know, a cool way of potentially doing that is altering or intervening in the genetic code. That would be genetic modification. For that purpose, though, but then people can take those concepts and ideas for other purposes, which could be like moralism, you know, but that's like any kind of thing and finding and, you know, endeavor in science. It can be taken for good and bad. Anyway, I say this as I'm trying to update my things. I'm slow now. Alright, science and technology. Do I have a science section? Oh, I've got molecular genetics section. Okay, cool. Alright, okay, one more thing and I swear to God I'm done, at least in updating, so I can go on with this part of stream. I need to put the tags somewhere else. Wish this shit was automated. Alright, science, molecular genetics, DNA. What does DNA stand for, guys? Did I teach you that? RNA, mRNA. Fuck, knowing DNA, RNA, mRNA is probably gonna go segue into a lot of other things too, but we'll see. I'll try and like keep it at bay, I guess, and we can talk about more stuff next time. Introns, exons, exons. Okay, I'm done. Update. Okay, genetic modification. GMO. Yeah, what does the O stand for? Okay. Alright. All that just to update my fucking categories. Bruh. Streaming. I'm a BB Bean. Playing Overwatch Q. Oh, I thought you were asking me, am I okay? I was like, fucking excuse? You're saying the queues are okay? Yeah, I think it was just upon release, really. And then people are over it. Alright, let me do one thing. Let me cut and paste that stuff. The tags and shit. And the title. So I have that next time. So it won't take me as long. So I have this title document. And I didn't do it last time. So if I cut and paste these headings and shit, then I don't have to worry about them next time as much. Like I still, but not to the degree that the time it took me to do it this time. Be more cut and pasting. Okay, you save that. Done. Done. Alright, okay, let's bring up Critter. So I don't know what I'll be drawing on there, but just so we have some kind of like thing to look at, and it probably, even if I'm writing shit down, it will probably be easier to internalize like some core concepts. I already connected my display. I did one good thing ahead of time. Wait, what happened? Wait, did I miss some chat? Oh, fuck, I did. Sorry about that. I mean, no one else is here. Wouldn't hurt to study for some exams in college. Twitch is back. Wait, who's studying for some exams in college? You. Quit wiggling eyebrows. I'm not doing it on purpose. It's the lighting is not like great, and it's a bit of a dreary day, so it's probably affecting the the capturing. Yeah. What's the question mark, Prof? Is it about what I'm just talking about and who I'm talking with? Remember, it's multi-streaming, so... And it's harder for Twitch because you know... If it sounds like I'm having a conversation with myself, it's because I'm reading the other platform. So just take it as someone from the other platform. No, I was talking about the person on the other platform. Geek-san. Missing their comments, not yours. You thought it was me wiggling my eyebrow? You missed your comments? I didn't. Fruffy. Alright, fine. I'm gonna have to start saying your names so that it's not confusing for you guys. Mew when Mew when buff Mew. Wait, what? Yeah, but I don't understand it, Fruff. Moving on. Alright. Let me just bring up Critter. Alright, let me capture... need to full screen it. How do you do it? Control Shift F or something? Yeah. So I realized you don't see chat because it's a white background. So we'll do a lovely shade of dusty purple. Also, I need to go Lou at some point, but let's just get this started. I think I need to use my pen. What's a nice dusty purple? I mean, is this too light? Ah, fuck, I hate when I rotate it. Let me reset the rotation. I just forget where I have to go to do that. How do I reset the rotation? It's so fucking annoying. I always forget how to fucking figure that out. Okay. Maybe you want a bit darker? Yeah, that's like last time. Alright, we should do things on separate layers. Yeah, so your question was Mew when buff Mew rough? What does that mean? Okay. Also, if I'm looking down, looking sleepy and stuff like that, it's because I'm looking at my display, which is like on my desk. So I'm looking downwards. Alright, what did I say? Half an hour, give or take. Here, I'm gonna put a timer on. We might do it for 20 minutes. So I could like tell myself to like, you know, wrap it up. I'll pause it when I go to Lou though. Also the O stands for organism. Oh, fair. I suck at acronyms. Even DNA. Was it deoxyribonucleic acid? Fuck yeah. Yeah, why is it called the Lou though, eh? I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's kind of a strand. Alright, okay. Alright. I don't know where to start. And you go Lou. So I'm making funny noises. Oh, that noise, by the way, is me pulling my thing on the table, the display. It's making this noise. Okay. So, let's do a nice lemon yellow. I said a nice lemon yellow. So this is probably want to touch on, and it's probably going to touch on some other things. We're probably going to go down the Google path, not 100% credible, but this will, you know, segue to looking at this a bit more closely and credibly later. It's just because I want to address like a number of topics quite quick-winded, and then we can touch upon them like next time, kind of like a little crash course. So these are the things that I wanted to focus on today, and I got half an hour, 20 minutes to do so. So, obviously we learnt about DNA. I'm getting pedantic now, too thick. I want to touch on, I guess, what RNA is. And then also what mRNA is. And then I wanted to touch on introns and exons. My concerns with this is also relevant to these, but in touching on these, I'm probably going to have to talk about certain processes, but we'll suss it out as we're delving into these like very briefly. And I think there are a couple, but the ones that I can remember is like, I don't know, Can you read my running? Transcription, translation, and maybe something else. I'm concerned that I'll also have to touch on that, but let's just take it as it comes. And, you know, I've realized, even though it's Google, you know, 100% credible, if I use the route of Google, we can touch on a lot of topics quite quickly. So, yeah. And then the end. Alright, guys? The end. Swear to fucking God. Alright. I'm trying to regulate myself today, so... Alright, okay. So, let me Google something. Reliable. And then I'll go to the loo. So, let me Google DNA, RNA, mRNA. And let's see if they've got a fucking sweet-ass diagram. Oh, there's Khan Academy, but... Bro, I need to watch the video. Why is none of them showing RNA? They're showing mRNA. So a lot of this stuff is to do with the physiology and the nitty gritty. So we've spoken about like DNA, right? Wait, let me open these files up again from previous sessions. Where's my genetics folder? Genetics. Did I do that on white background? Fuck my eyes. Wait. I just closed the dockable window? What window did I close? That was an accident. Oh, sorry. It was the other platform chat. Hold on. We've got restream. Don't worry, but I'll get you back. My bad. Okay. Other platform's back. That was an accident? Okay. I think it's more this one. So, we were talking about like DNA and like this is the structure. Like DNA is like our genetic code, the information, the blueprint, like the source of knowledge and how our bodies can function and create things and building blocks and fundamental building blocks and which amount to bigger things and structures in the body and you know all this kind of shit. Like you know it's important for a lot of things. So we were just looking at the structure, right? So this is the structure. This is the, you know, the double helix, the ladder-like thing, the nucleotides that make up, you know. Did I circle that before and save it as that? Oh my God. Anyway. So it's like, well, this is getting more into the stuff of, you know, this is getting more into the stuff of like the physiology and the function now. So you know how like usually they talk about concepts in biology and it's like anatomy and physiology. Anatomy is like the structure and then physiology is like the function, right? So how does this how does this structure translate to actual like processes and products and you know stuff like that? And when we start talking about DNA, RNA, mRNA with introns, exons, and you know that transcription, translation, these are processes. This is talking about the physiology, which is it's important. Like this is how you understand core things to do with biology and life and stuff. Like it's one thing to understand the anatomy, and then it's another thing to understand the physiology. Like how does it translate? It's like your arm, right? Like you know. Your arm, like, yeah, fucking arm bone. I fucking don't know. I could look up the bones, but that's another fucking subject and topic. But you've got the arm bones, right? And then they're called certain things. That's the anatomy, right? But then at the same time, those arm bones are connected to fucking, I don't know, tendons and muscles, and you can move your arm. So it's interesting and important to know that you can move your arm just as much as it is to understand that, you know, the importance of the actual structure of the bones and shit like that. You know what I mean? They kind of go hand in hand in trying to understand, you know, things. if I got 3 DNA in me, but it's also a spider, I understand what you're trying to ask. And also, so the thing with a lot of the things in the body, the body is built up of like, most things in the body are built up, I mean, take this with a grain of salt, and this is my understanding, they're made up of proteins, right? So yeah, I believe proteins are like molecules, so that they can be made up of smaller parts. But it's like, to my understanding, a protein is like a molecule, but I could be wrong. That is made up of smaller parts if you want to go small. But a protein itself is a smaller part, a building block of like bigger structures, you know what I mean? And like a lot of like using the DNA code. Sorry, I combined DNA code with DNA with code, DNA. Yeah, part of like having the DNA and the DNA code and using it as a blueprint and reference is to actually produce proteins for like the body, and they just differ depending on the, what blueprint you're looking at. So most of this like physiology of trying to read your body, trying to read the DNA code and produce something out of it, and the processes and stuff and that's I think why it's called translation and transcription. Translation is the part I think more where they're turning the information into producing a protein, and then the protein is a building block. So yeah, it's mostly to like get out a protein at the end of it. So yeah, thanks for hanging out, Geek Son. You start learning today, so it's pretty heavy. Might drift one to sleep too. At 2 a.m, yeah, I know that's like late early. That's a good time for me, but I'm a bad thing, so yeah. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, GeekCon. Yeah, I appreciate, like, speaking about it before as well with, like, Twitch and the other platform. Like, I appreciate peeps, like, hanging out on any platform. Because, like, honestly, any of it and all of it helps me. So, like, for instance, with the other platform, one day it would be nice to, like, be monetized there. So, any kind of, like, viewership there actually helps me towards that. And not gonna lie, it's a bit difficult, but actually not that difficult. It's just a matter of time and effort. I don't know for sure yet, firsthand, because I'm not there yet. But I think monetization on the other platform might prove a bit more, like a lot more fruitful than Twitch. Than being a bebe bean on Twitch. So I think the other platform offers more opportunity than Twitch has for bebe beans. So that helps me. So thank you. But thanks for hanging out. I know it's a bit dry today. It's a bit rough as well because at the start of the stream I start chatting and I'll probably do the learning things at the start and then I game later. So yeah. But I need to curb myself. So maybe some days when we don't do learning and I'm chat a bit and then hop into a game. So I'm still getting better at doing that. But anyway, thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Get good sweeps. Thanks for supporting. And how much do I have left on my rant, actually? Oh my god, I've already eaten up. Not half of my time. I was going to give myself half an hour, but I signified the alarm at 20 minutes and I've got less than 10 minutes left. Uh-oh. And I haven't explained anything, really. Okay. Alright. Somehow we gotta speedrun this. Oh, also, there is also pre-mRNA. Okay. Oh, bro, I don't want this line here. I haven't even gotten to the loo yet. But yeah, night, Geek Son. My DNA. What if I got my DNA became ghost or alien? My type of DNA? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, bro, maybe this is too much for me to explain. So I'm looking at diagrams and trying to like oh, there's also fucking tRNA too. I'm just writing it down for sake of it, but maybe we won't go into it. Oh my god, there is actually a lot. Oh, here's a nice basic kind of thing. Okay, here's a nice basic one that doesn't look like the others. So let's start with this diagram. Okay? So they've got like DNA like this. I'm probably gonna need more space. Fuck it. Ah, fuck, I can't fucking draw. The DNA is needed in this. So that's obviously DNA, right? Then we've got RNA. So I guess RNA is just one helix. I should know this, but I can't remember. This is going to be real rough today. So there's nucleotides that I was telling you about. Oh fuck, I'm gonna have to do different colors now. Bruh. Bruh. Alright, so I don't fucking know. The fuck is that color? Oh, I must have got the purple and I got it again. Can you give me the green? I should have done the yellow a different color because it's not the same as the helix, but whatever. Alright, so RNA is like that. I think I need more space. And then you've got a fucking... You've got a... This is a protein. Sabi, you okay? You're sneezing. This is how I do my notes. I don't leave space. So yeah, so you can obviously see there must be processes going on. And I believe, see, this is what I was talking about before. The processes of like, say, translation and transcription. So going from DNA to RNA is transcription. And there's a, oh fuck, I can't fit. You know what I mean. Do I put the line there or there? This could be done better, but we're speed running today, guys, okay? So that DNA to RNA is transcription, and when I go into it a bit further, you'll understand the names, why they're those names. It makes sense. Think of breakdown words, transcript, transcript. Transcript is like writing, like letters, like reading, right? Come back to that later. And then this one is translation. Translate. What is translation? What does translate mean? Wish I should have done another image. See, I'm not going to want to keep this like I kept the other ones. Like I probably will, but it's crap. So translate means like, you know, change, you know, like languages, you know, translate it. I mean, maybe that's not the best example. Translate usually means to change something into something else, you know? Wait, let me put my cardi on. You know? And we're translating. We're translating the RNA. How does that's getting translated somehow into a protein. Transcription's more like deciphering, right? The DNA into RNA. Maybe, I don't know. Wait, no, transcription. Fuck. And there's also reverse transcription. So the other way. But we won't go into that, but just making you aware that there's reverse transcription too. Whatever that is. Which I should probably not even take the effort to write. What were you saying? Not gonna lie, that's a good question. What if you add alien DNA with human? Well, one thing is that people aren't really certain on like aliens and ghosts being actually a thing. And if they are a thing, what's their DNA like? So, but interesting. Good idea for a movie. The blueprint would make it hard for DNA. I don't know, because it's like we're postulating here. But also, like DNA, like what are you talking about for hard? Would make it hard for DNA. Like DNA is the blueprint, so you know what DNA you're saying it would make it be hard. Because if it's already an existing DNA blueprint, then it's not really hard, is it? It's already an existing DNA blueprint. Or are you just saying if you could merge them, it would make them more complex? Probably. But we're talking about theory, you know, hypotheticals. All right, time's up apparently, guys. Nah, I have another 10 minutes. But I've barely touched on anything. I haven't even touched on introns, exons. And I've barely touched on this. All right, okay, we're going to give ourselves a little bit more leeway. Let's set the alarm for another 10 minutes. Bro, I haven't even gone to the loo yet. Okay. And then there's polypeptide. I think proteins are made out of polypeptide chains. There's so much. Maybe I was a fool to think I could speed run it. Alright, let's start with the basics. So, DNA. What is DNA? So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. I write that down, but I can't be fucked. Alright. And let's just read Google about it. Deoxyribonucleic acid is a polymer composed of 2 polynucleotide chains. Two polynucleotide chains. So this is what we've learned. I should have picked a better color. That coil around each other to form a double helix. Exactly what we've learned. The polymer carries genetic instruction for the development, functioning, growth, and reproduction of all known organisms and many viruses. DNA, so this is the genetic blueprint, the code for, you know, everything going on in the body. And then it says DNA and ribonucleic acids. DNA and ribonucleic acid and nucleic acids. Good to know. So, yeah, DNA is kind of like RNA, like, but not. Okay, ignore that because that's probably wrong. But anyway, you got DNA, which is deoxyribonucleic acid. So what's RNA? RNA is just ribonucleic acid. And it's a nucleic acid, like I said before, present in all living cells that has structural similarities to DNA. Unlike DNA, however, RNA is most often single-stranded, aka this. So it's similar, but it's the single strand, right? Often. An RNA molecule has a backbone made of alternating phosphate groups and the sugar ribose. So similar, rather than the deoxyribose found in DNA. So there's a slight difference as well in the backbone, the structure. Because it's phosphate groups with sugar ribose rather than the deoxyribose. Anyway, okay. Quick breakdown. What's mRNA? They all stand for and you get it after a while. So mRNA must be similar to RNA, right? Because it's got RNA, right? The M part is messenger. So it's ribonucleic acid, the same as RNA, but it's messenger. So the M is for messenger. And there's also, I mentioned tRNA. I think T is like it's transfer. It was translational. So T stands for transfer, ribonucleic acid. Wait, did it explain what messenger RNA is? Bro, this is too heavy. So mRNA is a type of ribonucleic acid, which is an RNA. mRNA is a type of RNA. Apparently it breaks down into 3 types. So there's mRNA. Wait, RNA and deoxyribonucleic acid DNA are responsible for carrying your body's genetic information. There are 3 types of RNA. Okay, so apparently there are 3 types of RNA. So mRNA is one, tRNA, transfer RNA, is another, and then there's a third one, which is ribosomal RNA, rRNA, but we won't go into that. They each have a different role to keep your body functioning. So just think of them as having different roles and doing different things. Okay, here's a nice question. What does mRNA do to your body? mRNA instructs cells in the body to make specific proteins. And proteins play many essential roles in our body. mRNA basically uses our own body and biological processes to potentially treat diseases and prevent infections. So yeah, you think of it like messenger, right? So it's like a messenger, right? It's a messenger form of RNA. So it's helping in one of these processes somewhere to instruct cells in the body to make specific proteins. So it's aiding in the processes. tRNA is the same. It's just where in what point of which process are they doing these things. We'll probably go into this later. It's just touching on it. So yeah, let me quickly look at tRNA. But yeah, there was also rRNA. That one's less spoken about, but it's probably just as important nonetheless. Some birds would place eggs someone else's bird nest and leave their baby when... Yeah, I know, I've heard about that. Growing bird. They make the same bird song as a nest. Then when fully grown, they make their own species bird song. Oh wait, I don't know about that, but I know that there are predatory birds that actually eat the babies of some other birds and then put their eggs there, and then the other bird adopts like the baby and like becomes their parent because they think that that's their baby sometimes or something. I don't know about the song thing. And leave baby when the growing bird make the same bird song as the nest. When they're fully grown, they make their own species bird song. Are you saying the babies sound like the babies of the birds that's taking its place somehow? Probably because it's learning from the different parents, and then when they become an adult, they learn their own way. The DNA told them that, or they know already? It's probably a combination. It's not just to psychology. Psychologists made it a prominent idea and notion, but it's probably like similar in any kind of discipline or facet in life, species, life forms. So probably a combination of nature versus nurture, this debate about nature, nurture, and how much of it is contributable to certain things or attributable. So what I was talking about there was a nature thing, right? Because it's an external thing, external from your biology and genetic code. I'm talking about the foster bird parents probably speaking to the babies and raising the babies in their own bird song, or how you put it, and then the babies are adopting that, right? It's probably like, foster, people who foster children of different cultures and stuff like that. They would learn the language of the parent that is fostering them, right? For that example. And then maybe, but I don't know, this is stuff that maybe the science is there. I'm not aware of it because I'm not an expert in that field. Maybe it's there, maybe it's being studied, maybe it's yet to be studied. But maybe there is a genetic code that has a genetic influence that is having some kind of impact in that. Maybe there is genetic code for the babies to just inherently, like, I don't know, fake it till you make it. I don't know. So maybe there are features that, genetically help them adapt to a different bird song, or I don't know. Interesting though. That's why people study things, to find out. So yeah. All right. tRNA quickly is a type of RNA molecule that helps decode a messenger RNA, mRNA sequence into a protein. Okay. So we're seeing that tRNA helps decode. tRNA is a type of RNA molecule that helps decode a messenger RNA sequence into a protein. So tRNA helps decode an mRNA to produce a protein. So maybe that's in this process here. Don't know. We'll go into it further later. We're just kind of touching willy-nilly on stuff here. Maybe just like, it's probably confusing. Let's get another 10 minutes. It's probably confusing, and I'm probably going at this chaotically because I haven't prepared. But at the very least, despite being a bit confused, at the end of it, we're becoming familiar with such terms, So at the very least, we're becoming familiar with terms. So DNA, RNA, RNA stands for ribonucleic acid. M messenger. T transfer RNA. Yes, the double helix DNA. Yes, RNA is like a single strand, single helix. Yes, like these are nucleotides, nucleotides. So we're just becoming familiar. Yes, there was a process. I'm not quite sure what it is. It's transcription and translation. Something to do with DNA, then RNA, then a protein. These are going on somewhere in between. Somewhere in the process. So, anyway, I think that's enough. I might quickly get a quick summary of these processes. And then we'll quickly touch on intron exons, I think, and then that's it. But I know it's been pretty crazy today, but at the very least, we're just becoming familiar with these terms. Just understand that I'm learning too, so, and I'm winging it, because this is literally just me learning and sharing, so that's why it's a bit chaotic. And I'm learning that there's more to things, and it's like you have to somehow narrow down. So I have, you could branch out, and I just wanted to talk about intron exons, and then I was like, oh, then there's this, and then there's this, and then there's this. So at some point you got to like put your foot down and focus on particular things. Like there was even rRNA, but I was like, we'll put that in, but we won't talk about it. Just so you know that it's there. But yeah, there's at some point, like I'm realizing there's more and more to study, but then in order to study something, you need to confine it. So in the process of learning on stream this stuff and realizing there's more to know, but then somehow trying to include some extras and then limit some other things. I feel like something in DNA is honestly probably both, Ruff. I think with anything to do with living and life and biology and living things, it's a combination of nature and nurture. That's why it's an ongoing debate, like, or is it a debate? It's probably less of a debate as it is, like, but that's just how it's seen, I guess, sometimes. But it's more so, like, what is actually contributing on both parts? And how much? How much of nature and external factors? And how much of, like... Wait, fuck, that's I got it the wrong way around. Fuck! How much? I think I might have got it the wrong way around before. You can understand they're both N words. It gets confusing. How much of nurture, external factors, and how much of nature, your biology, is a factor in things. And what? Honestly, it's a bit of both. But what are these things? What are the external nurture features that are factors that are affecting things and living things? What are the nature biological things, and to what extent? Like how birds know they're a bird species, bird how they know their original bird song. Like I said, I'm just taking a wild stab at it. I'm not an expert, and this would only be one of many things on both parts. But yeah, there could be like genetic code or something to do with biology, inherently a predisposition to knowing a particular bird song, but also their parents, which is nurture, external. So the parents are not part of their biology, they're external. They provided some of the biology, but they're external. And you know how your parents like raise you, they talk to you, it's like humans. They teach you language. They might send you to school and then your teacher does it. But in very early form, when you're a very young baby, you don't go to school off the bat. And your parents are going to be talking to you and stuff like that. And you're going to be mimicking and stuff like that. So parents are like nurture, external. That's inevitably going to play a factor. But yeah, but I think you're talking about in those scenarios, it's like, well, and that's part of it. I'm pretty sure you were saying that they go with the foster bird song and then they change later. And how do they know to change? But yeah, it could be the genetic code, or it could be they start to associate with other adult birds that have learnt the original. I don't know. And then they learn off each other. I'm not sure. A bit of both. But then it's like the chicken or the egg. You know what I mean? Crazy Animals does that like it's natural. Yeah. Well, it's probably both. But yeah, it's like chicken and egg. So yeah, maybe they'll fly out. They know the foster parents' bird song, and then they fly out and they meet other birds of their actual species, and that's how they start adopting their actual own bird song. But then it's like, well, how did the ones that they meet learn their bird song? I don't know. Chicken or egg, I guess. But yeah, maybe it could be a combination of both. Maybe it could be there's something in their inherently in their genetics, that they have an inclination for a kind of a particular bird song naturally. And just, you know, the moment that they leave the nest, then it kind of takes hold. But then also associating in conjunction with the other ones. It's, I don't know, solidifies the other bird song, I guess. I don't really know what I'm talking about, but you know what I mean? I can only postulate. But yeah, nature nurture. Fuck's getting dark now. I need to turn on the light. Bro, I feel like I've just thrown a fucking bunch of shit and haven't explained anything. But anyway, let's quickly look at... I'm not going to loo till I do this. I'll go to loo and then we'll quickly talk about intron and exons afterwards. But let's talk about transcription. I could do own little diagrams for that, but I think it's just, I'm going to run over it really. Okay, transcription. Transcription is the process by which the information in a strand of DNA is copied into a new molecule of messenger RNA, mRNA. So transcription is the process by which the information in a strand of DNA, one strand of this, is copied into a new molecule of messenger RNA. So I'm taking it this probably really signifies mRNA, but we'll see. DNA safely and stably stores genetic material in the nuclei of cells as reference or template. So basically, the DNA is the reference or the template. You don't actually just straight up take it, because I mean, I guess you need to keep it, no? So the process of transcription is making this information available in another molecule that can then go off and affect and result in a protein. So, fuck, I lost that image. It did say something about replication here, but I don't know if that had something to do with it. DNA replication? I don't know. So yeah, let's quickly look up translation. From memory, I think RNA is like, it's almost like the equivalent but different, I think. Maybe to do with the nucleotides or something, they're somehow slightly different. But it's almost like, I feel like the RNA is gotten only from, like it said, from one strand of DNA. And the RNA, this is, just take it with a grain of salt, almost matches the pairing a helix in a double helix, but it's slightly different. Maybe in the nucleotides or something. I think actually there's a difference in one nucleotide. I could be wrong. This is just me pulling stuff from my distant memory, and I could be wrong. Take it with a grain of salt. It's slightly different. Take it as a grain of salt. I think it might be one nucleotide that is different. So there's one, maybe it's thymine or something. I'm pulling it out of my ass. And it's something else in RNA. It's replaced with something else. But it almost, like, from memory, RNA almost replicates the other helix. Because you know how I was telling you about, if you know one helix and one code on the DNA chain, you can infer what the other helix is going to be. So that's, you know, the process of transcription, right? It's reading, your body is reading one helix and, like, you know, making a copy and duplicating the other side, the other information on the other side. It's just slightly different. I think there's one nucleotide difference. So that this is how the information is not just cutting out the DNA, because we need this as the blueprint, but it's like replicating it and putting it into a functional format that can later produce protein, which is like a fundamental to a lot of bodily functions, building blocks, that kind of thing. Hopefully that's made it like a little bit clearer. I wish I could draw a bit more. But that would be like a whole topic in itself. I could literally draw out this process, but I'm trying to skim on it now to get a rundown, and then we can go into it later. Okay, so we'll quickly move on to like translation. So yeah, if you break it down, it's like transcribing, right? The process is called transcription, right? It's like transcribing, right? So you remember how we had the letters and the reading and the code? Technically, these are nucleotides. You know what I mean? But you've got like, you know, C, you've got like A or whatever, and they only have certain pairs and shit. So what is it? It's A and T. A goes with T, G goes with C. A with T, G with C. So you know, you've got, it's trying to read it in the RNA, it's gonna go with G. It's going to go with T, but the thing is in RNA, I think it's the T that's not a T, it's something else. And then that's how you result in this. And it's like, it's almost like transcribing, right? Transcription. You're like, you're trying to decipher a code in a way. You get given one thing, one code. It's kind of like a code, even though it's actually a nucleotide. And then you're trying to infer and work it out. what's the matching, you know, to produce that. So, you know, it's kind of like transcribing, transcription. That fits the name, the bill, right? And then translation is this one. Let's quickly look at that. Bro, you can't do this in a short amount of time. Bruh. I just looked up something completely different. Translation. Okay, I gotta do biology. Fuck. Oh, this is just like Google Translation. Translation biology. Okay, in biology, translation is the process in living cells which proteins are produced using RNA molecules as templates. So here's an RNA molecule. Here is the template. Translation is the process in which proteins are produced using the RNA template. So this is somehow informative to produce and translate into another form and create a protein. So I guess it fits the bill as well with translation, you know? The generated protein is a sequence of amino acids. The sequence is determined by the sequence of nucleotides in the RNA. So these nucleotides, they each signify a translation into an amino acid. So I don't know, let's say this is A. This is A signifies, let's put this kind of like amino acid here. There's a G. This is like, okay, here, I think this is a polypeptide chain, which results in a protein. So it's like another chain. So that's G. G signifies this amino acid here, and these get linked. And then eventually it creates a protein, you know? The nucleotides are considered 3 at a time. Okay, well, there you go. My bad. So apparently, see, we're learning. And I should have known this, but I forgot. It's coming back to me. So I think for each 3 nucleotide combination, that signifies an amino acid. That link up. So, see, I'm learning. I knew this, but I forgot. So it's not individual, it's in 3s. Interesting, right? And you could see how you could have many combinations then. So this is the cleverness of the body. If you only had 1 for 1, you would probably there are only 4 nucleotides, right? 4 possible nucleotides. If it was 1 for 1, you would only get 4 amino acids. How many amino acids? How many amino acids? Humans. There are 20. There are 20 amino acids. 20 amino acids. And you could probably work it out. It's probably a byproduct of that. So if this was 1 for 1, you would only get 4 because there are 4 like, I don't know, just basically thinking about it could be incorrect. But you would only get like a 4 possible amino acids, but apparently there are 20. So this is how they get the 20 because it's dependent on the combination and the pattern of which comes first. Like, you know, you've got T, you've got, no, maybe not T because it's not T in RNA, forget that, but you kind of do. But anyway, let me just use another example. Like there's AGA, then you've got A or AGG, you've got GAA. Each one is a code for a different amino acid. So then you can amount to more, like 20 amino acids as opposed using like only 4 nucleotides. Interesting. Anyway. And that I could do diagrams and go into a bit more. But yeah, this is just a quick rundown of translation. And so this is to get the DNA code into a protein, and RNA is like a means to an end. And why? Because like, why protein? Proteins are like the fundamental building blocks of anything like in the body. You know, you want to build a bigger structure, it's like a particular protein. It's just different proteins, and different parts of the DNA will be the blueprint for different kind of proteins. The same process, but resulting in a different protein. And the DNA is the blueprint. And you want to keep that, right? So you don't want to just fucking cut it out and use it once. You want to like transcribe it into a format, get like a copy that you can functionally use to produce the protein, and then you can go back and do it again and refer to the blueprint. You want to keep the holy grail like intact. So yeah. Anyway. Fuck, this is helping my understanding. It's a bit heavy. Maybe this is like, maybe where we should call it. I didn't expect it. Let me quickly look at introns and exons. I've learned this stuff. It's coming back to me, but... Okay. Introns are non-coding sections of RNA transcript, or the DNA encoding it, that are spliced out before the RNA molecule is translated into a protein. This might be a bit heavy. I'm trying to get my head around it. It'd be better with drawings. The sections of DNA or RNA that code for proteins are called exons. So in a way, it's kind of talking, referring to exons and introns here interchangeably as RNA or DNA, because it's just signifying, you know, here's the DNA that's producing the RNA. So you could take this section here, let's just say, wait, let me read that again. Introns are non-coding sections of an RNA transcript or the DNA encoding it that are spliced out before the RNA molecule is translated to a protein. Okay, it's just saying, so the intron can be in the RNA, but they splice it out before it is used to encode a protein, I think. Yeah. And the bits that are used is the exon part. So let's just say, yeah. So it's referring interchangeably between RNA and DNA because it's just kind of like an area, right, in the DNA, or, you know, the transcription form of the RNA from the DNA, because the RNA is copying the DNA to some degree, right? So let's just say this portion of this DNA sequence is the exon. So messy. And this portion is an intron. The difference between intron and exon is many-fold, but here it's saying that this part gets spliced out. Fuck, this is so messy. So this part here, intron, is the same here over with the RNA. And the same with the exon. So that's why it's used interchangeably between the DNA, the blueprint, or the RNA, which is like kind of like based on the DNA. But they're just saying, you know, the intron will come over here into the RNA, but when it's time to make the protein, the intron will get taken out and the exon is used. But introns still have like an importance, which I touched upon earlier and can talk about a bit more later. Anyway. Fuck, this is so messy. This is a lot. I'm more chaotic today than the previous times. But this is really learning today, like really like crux of learning, I feel, and relearning and stuff. So yeah. So exons are the bits. So not introns, because introns get spliced out before it becomes like the process of translation to make a protein from RNA. We'll talk about their importance, like I said, later, I guess, and we touched on them. But exons are the part that came from the original DNA blueprint that have been kind of replicated in the RNA. And so this will probably get spliced out because that's the intron. And this is the bit that will do for the encode, translate into the protein in threes. These nucleotides in threes. And this, you know, so it's the exon that actually is getting used to create the protein. And that's why previously people thought, what are introns for? They're basically nothing. They just get spliced out. But there is the importance. Introns are, you know, just as important. And like I said, I'm pulling this out of my ass, take it with a grain of salt, but I'm pretty sure like introns played a part in expression of the exons, of gene expression. So introns could be like, hey, you're not gonna create your protein, mate. Or, hey, go fucking crazy. So in a way, they're in charge, right? So in a way, they're the boss. But anyway, that's from memory. I could be wrong. So it's like going from, oh, you're nothing, we're cutting you out, you're not even used, you're good for nothing, to like, you're the fucking boss, mate. You fucking tell whether these guys can do or whatever. You know what I mean? But I could be wrong. This is from my memory. Anyway, I think that's a good enough rundown without even realizing that I'd gone through it. So here's something here. What are introns and exons? Introns can be considered as intervening sequences and exons as express sequences. So exons express to create the protein. Introns, intervening sequences. Like, hey buddy, go ahead. Hey buddy, no. Anyway. Hey buddy. Yeah, I think this is enough. Oh, there would have been a nice image, not that I can fit it here, of introns and exons. Let me have a quick look. Maybe for another time. I'll show a basic top though, but it's kind of what I've just shown here, to be honest. Like, let's simplify this DNA. Fuck my image. So bad. Let's simplify this DNA and me portioning this part as the exon and this is the intron. Let's simplify that. Fuck. Let's do it in a tiny space in this fucking corner. So let's say the exon's going to be in red, right? Let's just say that this is the DNA double helix. But I'm just representing it as a line for the sake of you seeing the portion, the area that is the exon. And let's say intron's going to be blue. And then a smaller bit was the intron. So let's just say this represents that DNA helix. And it can be also representative RNA too. And that's the exon bit. And this is the intron bit. That's all it is. And this is just an isolated bit. So if you keep the DNA chain going, usually they alternate, I think, as well. Yeah. So there will be another intron. So let's extend this, like, DNA chain out. Whoops. And there'll be another intron. Here. So that's intron. I think introns are shorter than exons, too. And there'll be another exon. And then another intron. And I deduced that, you know, this exon is going to produce a different protein, right? And this intron's going to... I don't know how the introns influence, if it back influences or forward influences, or like it's only one direction or both. It could be possibly a combo. But yeah, I presume that these are for different proteins, the exons. So gene expression, exon for the protein. And yeah. Anyway, I think that's enough. So that's like a bit, I wanted to do a diagram for introns, exons, but honestly they kind of just look like that anyway. It's kind of like, it's a bit neater, and it simplifies the DNA helix, but it's kind of like what I showed here anyway, in my fucking scribbles. This is fucking a mess. Like, actually a mess. Look, I'm fucking covering up protein here. Anyway. Alright, done. I went over time, but... Alright, games! Now I'm fucking hungry. I got energy drink. Maybe I'll go for energy drink. But yeah, this was just kind of like, you know, it might be confusing. I'm semi-confused. these are concepts that I kind of touched on in the past. So in a way, like, I'm at a leverage and advantage here. It's kind of confusing, but it's like kind of bringing up like old knowledge that I'd already learned. And if you guys are learning it for the first time, it's not solidifying that for you because it's new. So it's probably chaotic and probably hard to understand. But at the very least, it's like, you know, even if it is confusing, which I sure with my fucking drawing and shit and explanation and shit, is a lot to take in for the first time. Even if it is confusing, at least it's like becoming familiar with terms, you know? So this was a lot. I was trying to cover a lot of ground with very little explanation, which is very difficult. I don't know if it's the best way of doing things. But later on, say when I just, maybe next time I'll just focus on transcription and translation, I think it's more pertinent. Or we could go the other way. Or focus on introns and exons. You're going to be like, ah, yes, I recall something about that. You know? I recall that. You know? And these processes could be looked at in more depth and have their own diagrams. You know, like I was saying, the trio. Okay, that's technically introns, so maybe we won't use that for the sake of continuity. But in the exon part, like the trio of nucleotides, and what's going on to produce the protein, you know, the I think it's called a polypeptide chain, like the amino acids linked together. That's like its own kind of like diagram that we could go into. Fuck, there was something else I was going to say and I've forgotten. Oh, maybe just quickly, but what's the equivalent in RNA? So I think, like, you know, with the nucleotides. So I think there, you know, the 4 nucleotides in DNA. So there's adenine, thymine, cytosine, guanine. I think it's thymine. So when there's transcription occurring from DNA to produce RNA, so it'll read the DNA helix that has A, and then the RNA will fill in the gaps and do the single strand that matches what it's reading. So the matching nucleotide that is paired with adenine is thymine. But I think thymine's the one that is translated to something else in the RNA. So let me quickly figure that out. What nucleotide, if I'm right, props to me, is different? I don't know why, but it's just a body thing. There's probably a reason for it. In RNA. Yeah, it is thymine. Yep. So RNA contains the base, which is part of a nucleotide. If you break down a nucleotide further into its own structure, it has a base. So RNA contains the base uracil, which differs from thymine, the equivalent base in DNA. So what is the nucleotide called? Is it just called uracil? What is the... I can't believe I got that right. Yeah, so it's just substituted basically. In RNA, it substitutes thymine for uracil, a nucleotide called uracil. So DNA doesn't have uracil, it has thymine. But it's almost like a substitute, an equivalent but different. RNA doesn't have thymine, but it has uracil. But they're substituted. So if you see adenine, and adenine in the DNA chain is normally paired with thymine, and then your body's trying to create RNA based on, and what's the pair of adenine? If it's doing the RNA form, you like the pair of adenine is thymine. They both pair together. That's what you know from DNA. If it's RNA that's being constructed, it just replace thymine with uracil. But the others maintain. So this is the RNA sequence. Like RNA is reading the DNA and trying to create create itself. The body's trying to create RNA and is reading a particular helix of DNA for as a blueprint, and it's creating the RNA. It gets adenine. What's paired with adenine? Thymine. But we're creating RNA here, and it's uracil. You're looking at DNA, thymine. There is a adenine in RNA. See? cytosine is paired with guanine. There is guanine in RNA. Guanine paired with cytosine, there is cytosine. The other three are in RNA. Just for some reason, we could look at it further. There is an explanation, but thymine is substituted for uracil as a nucleotide in RNA. Just kind of wanted to clarify that. Anyway, sorry, I saw that I didn't read it and then I forgot. Tell me how I can transform into alien like Ben 10. Don't know. Alright, yeah, that's a lot today. A lot. I wanted to like just figure that one out, just for my own sake, to see if I knew that I picked the right nucleotide that is substituted, and also just like because it's an easy thing to look up and just solidify now. So, do we save this? Because I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at right now. I'll save it anyway, just in case. I didn't do anything on layers, which I told myself to do it. But I mean, it's a mess anyway. Let me just save it anyway. It could be indicative of me refining it later if I wanted to. Alright, well, I went on a little longer today, so... let's just see where we go with the stream. I'm probably gonna need a perk. Perk up. I have an energy drink. I should probably eat something at some point. I'm not too hungry, but I think I've got banana. Hopefully they're still okay. They're on the like cusp of being fucking probably rotten soon, but maybe just okay. And I don't know how to make banana bread. Alright, let me just save this document. God knows why I want to. What do we call it? We call it bruh. To be honest, introns and exons are to do with, like, in a way, transcription and translation. So maybe we just call it... Surely there's a word for that, those processes, to amalgamate them. We'll just call it, like, touching on transcription and translation. I didn't know that would be the bigger feature here today. I was just like, introns, exons. I didn't even know before tonight that I would want to learn and talk about introns, exons, but then I realized like it's more like transcription, translation. Okay. Alright, okay, we're done. We went overkill. I ignored all my alarms, but we got through it and I could have been longer, let's just say. So, like I said, Fruff, like, I know you're joking around anyway, and I'm just taking the bait, but, like, I'm only learning here what I'm learning right now, and, yeah, that's imaginary stuff, and also, if we were to humor it, it's outside of my expertise, which is literally no expertise. So, you may as well be asking yourself these questions, because it's as good as asking me, is what I'm trying to say. So, just ask yourself these questions before you ask me. Because it's the same situation asking me, is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Alright, let me turn the light on, because it's so dark. I think what I'll do is I'll hop on, because I'm crazy, to Overwatch, see if I can play maybe just a couple games, I think, and then we'll probably just chill out. Whether it's storyline, just chat, we be good bean, I don't know. I don't want to go too crazy on Overwatch, but it'd be cool to try out the new champ just for a couple of games. But I more want to chill out. But I think if I'm going to stream a bit longer, I need some kind of sustenance. An energy drink will help, but I think I need to eat something. And bro, I just went shopping again. Like, what the fuck did I buy? I feel like I've fucking nothing to eat. Or maybe it's just nothing, like, offhand. Like, I have to make it. Anyway. Alright. I needed to go to the loo this whole time, even in this learning, and I didn't. So let's finally go. After I was supposed to pause and I didn't. So I've already held it thus far, and it's not, you know, it's not recommended. Anyway, I'm going to the loo. So intermission, and then we'll play some games. get a snacky, scratch your booty, go to the loo yourself, self-care, and I'm going to do that now. And turn on the light. Alright. BRB. Alright, I'm back, but not back. I'm just gonna fill up my water. Hey, Betty. I don't know my schedule for next week, but I think it's still Friday or Saturday. What is? Wait, what? I'm not gonna lie, I love healer speed boost, so the new champ. Like you get FIFA, but in a good way. by the way, when we were playing Once Human. Yeah, I thought I'd give it another day in case some people wanted to hop on and like thumbs up it. It's going to be hard because like what I'm organizing for Once Human is not to play it, but just to get together so we all can enter the same server and then create our character and then play later. That's almost organizing it to playing it, but then debating. I mean, maybe we can play together then, but it's just I'm going to take forever to create my character anyway. I want to take my time. So I have to organize that. And I don't know if people will be available midweek to just get together to hop on a server together. Hopefully they are, because then I have time to create a character and we can play like on the next weekend maybe. But if it's not and we have to organize a weekend time, then it's probably just organizing to get onto the server, create our characters next weekend, and then the following weekend we could play. You know what I mean? But I'll suss it out. I'm only playing Once Human, haven't downloaded it, and I hope it's in Friday or Saturday. This is my off days those time. Well, I'll see if like maybe you can like just pop into the server. Otherwise, we'll just have to do it on those days on the weekend, and then we play the following week. But yeah, download it. I mean, your internet's probably better than mine, but it did take me a while to download it. Are you interested in Bear? Interested in Bear. Are you interested, Bear, in Once Human? It's a free game. I think it's up to 8 players that you can have in a party. I think we've got like, so there's me, there's Fruffy. Tavo hasn't responded, but I know maybe it's because Tavo's schedule. I feel like I have to personally tag Tavo though, but Tavo's part of the Gamer Cats group. Like the whole point I have the Gamer Cats group is so I don't have to tag people individually, but I know Tavo has a difficult schedule. But yeah, so far it's me, Poisey, Fruff, Bees. So that's 4, so there's still another 4. And even if it's more, we can figure it out, but yeah. But it's a free game. Yeah. What's the tick and cross? Are you saying you're not into Once Human? But yeah, people are going crazy over it. Never heard the game before. Thought was related to your bio lesson. No. You haven't heard? Yeah, well, it was actually like in early phase, like maybe a beta or whatever those pre-fucking versions are ages ago. But now it's just been released. So there's the hype of the release, although it was touched upon before, but there wasn't hype because it was like a beta or whatever. And honestly, I don't think they were that established. But now it's been released. So it's a free-to-play game. So you can get it on Steam. It's free. But there's a condition. So I'm trying to organize, suss out who wants to play. And then in order for us to play together, we have to... Okay. I think... Why does it have to be like this? But I think it's like already some games are like this. We just don't realize, like Power World. So your character is based on the server. So if you want to create a new character, or if you want to be on a different server, you have to create a new character. And servers can get full, right? So in order for us to secure being able to play together, we have to enter the server at the same time, and we can't create our characters in advance because they're created, I'm pretty sure, after you enter server. So we have to organize who wants to play, and then we have to get on the same server, enter it together, and then we can create our character. And then we can continue to play after we create our character, or probably play later at a later point. But just securing our spots in the same server so we can play together later. Because what has happened is people going into a server by themselves, creating a character, and then like, hey mate, you want to come play with me? And then the friend tries to get in the server, and then the server's full. And so then it's like, okay, we'll have to enter a different server, and then that person who has progress in a character created in the old server is kind of forsaken because they need to create a new character in the server with their mate. So I'm just trying to think ahead. So that's what I've done in Discord. I've tagged GamerCats, put a thumb up if you're interested, and I'm going to organize a time where we can just hop into the same server, and then we can go ahead and create our characters, and we can play at a later time. But yeah. What was that about though? Once Human, everyone's always back crazy. Was that just kind of a joke? It got lost on me. It's like State of Decay but with alien monsters. Yeah, apparently it's like a hybrid of many games. It even has like features like Power World in more ways than one. It has these like weird little pet character things, and it's also like survival like with Power, and you create your own base and shit. Yeah. Bear, do you listen to the tags in Discord? Put a thumbs up then. It's in other games or some shit, and I tagged at GamerCats, which you are in, and you have to put a thumbs up because I might forget you. Because I'm gonna look at the thumbs up, and then I'm gonna tag those people, and then you get left out. But Power World, we can make server for ourselves. Yeah, I think this might be different. Yeah, so Power World, you could just do your own kind of gameplay and then invite your friends on. I guess that's your own server. I don't know how it works. But I think this game, it's just like, yeah, that's what. That's why Power World, maybe that way we didn't notice it and it was good with Power World, because you can just play the game yourself and then invite friends in. Whereas this one, I think it's just open to public. So there's PvE, PvP servers. And you just join them. And I think if you do PvE or PvP, like, obviously, but even with PvE, it's just going to be random people on the server with you. So they get that server gets filled up after you join it. Unless you and your friends are the ones filling it up. I don't know how many people on the server. Yeah. Didn't say you get left out! It's a pinged one, though. Test it later. What, the ping or fucking one's human? So they've been having server issues though, so I was sussing it out, but then it was actually a maintenance anyway. But it was because they're having server issues. But that was a couple of days ago, so hopefully it's fixed now. So I was giving time for that as well, Froth. But yeah, I'll see if I can get everyone together, because we're going to have to all be in the same room, but not, like, metaphorically speaking. We need to be all awake and be able to join the server at once, and then we can disband. So I want to try and do that mid next week, maybe, but I think weekends are better for people. So maybe it will be next weekend, but that just means we probably won't be playing till the week after then, weekend after. Because I don't want to like play after joining the server, because I wanted time to create my character. Molly, get out of the kitchen! One sec, I need to get him out of the kitchen. Little rat! Boot, get a bop on the bottom with the pillow. You bad boy. No, don't you cry. Oh my god, he's doing his crazy cry thing! But you're a bad boy! I can't console you right now. Can I? He's just come out of the kitchen, like, crying like crazy, but I think he's just doing it because he knows he's a bad boy. Molly, you're a bad boy! Don't you do your wailing thing. Bro, it's incredible. He wails actually the loudest. Who would have known it? It's a new thing he's doing, and he's the loudest. He was so quiet before. Something happened. Yeah, so check the other games. So the gamer, the section below with the game organizing the different games channel, and there's an other game section, and there's a tag in there for @GamersCat, and just put thumbs up for the once human post. Otherwise I might forget you. I'll try and remember, but you know me. Because I'm just going to look at the thumbs up and tag those people. Mew stomping 5-stack to roll everyone else. No, I'm going to do PvE. Fuck that. I don't want to do PvP. It's for PvE. I don't know how it works. You guys, some people are going to have shit ping. You're all going to have shit ping because you're going to be on my server. Fuck off. Except for the people that are OCE. Which is probably the least of us. But I don't care. You want to play? You fucking come on my server. Fuck off. Bro, I usually get to pull to your servers anyway because you're the majority. So it's time for you to suffer for me. But yeah, I want to do PvE. I don't want to do PvP. It's got storylines and NPCs that you verse. And you build your own base and shit. I don't know in PvP. I think people attack your base and steal your shit or something. I don't want to deal with that. You guys also keen to play the war game I posted about? I mean, there's so many games for us. Maybe at some point, because it was free. I tend to not go for like war games because you know me, I'm drawn by aesthetics, right? And purties, and you don't get that in war games. You don't even get, females a lot of the time in war games. But then I realized, like, Tavu somehow got me onto, like, Tarkov, and it was alright. So I was like, oh, okay, fine, this is alright. But it's not my inclination, and I won't just hop on. And there's so many games right now. But it definitely helped that it was free. But yeah, I'm just being real. But yeah, it could be fun. But there's so many games right now. I've got Roki, I've got The Last of Us, I've got The Walking Dead entire fucking franchise. Now I've got Harold Halibut. There's always Overwatch. Paladins want to bring back at some point. Come on. Once Human. State of Decay still. Stardew. Bruh. Palia. Bruh. We should be happy. It almost sounds like a burden. I like your pew pew. How could you make me only do family friendly stuff like killboarding? Wait, are you talking about in the context of Once Human? I don't get it. Or I don't know, my brain's fried too much genetics today. I gotta change category soon as well because I'm still in the science category. But I wanted to touch on some more stuff what we'll look into next. So I'll do a run over that, and that's still technically sciencey. But yeah. There was another game I was gonna mention, but then I forgot to. I was thinking buying Stardew, but I don't know how to play. Wait for it on sale, but it's a cheap game anyway, but you can get it hell cheap. There's a limit on that now. I think they extended it. It used to be 4, but now it's 8, so that's pretty good. The game basically tells you how to play Froth. Like, whenever you start a new game, it goes through the tutorial again. It's a storyline tutorial, so it's intertwined into the storyline, but it will teach you how to play. It's very easy. Yeah. And you can just play solo until, like, if we play co-op. And you could kind of go the tutorial at your own pace then, and just have your own kind of playthrough beforehand, because it takes a while to get groups together. Like what I'm doing. Meanwhile, I play Subnautica, I enjoy it all day. That's fun. True aim of the game is to build a wait, what? Shut up. Bet what the bet, bro. I'm surprised. There we go. Done. Okay. That's nice that you're having fun on Subnautica. I take it nothing scary yet. Fucking schmack. Wait, we're in science and technology, mate. This is a fucking learning arena. Yeah. But yeah, take it nothing scary yet, Froth. No spoilers, by the way. Alright, let me wrap. Buff, man. Huh? Oh, you're saying you don't get scared. You get scared. I hear it's scary. Let me wrap up this little fucking session. Oh wait, there was a message held from Geekson for review. Why doesn't that not come up in OBS? Wait, let me see. Yeah, that's weird. So like the other platform has like Twitch, like auto mod, but the auto mod doesn't come up in OBS, which I'm looking at in the chat box there for that platform. So I've just checked that chat in the browser and I had auto mod for an emoji. And it wasn't approved because I didn't see it. That was funny. I'll approve it now. 10 hours later. Just a sleepy face. Alright. What am I flicking between fucking windows for? Let's go back to OBS. But I was going to give a rundown of where I'm going to take the learning direction in the future. But yeah. With Big Marshall. I ain't scared of anything. By the way, don't look in Tubber stream of me getting scared in Roblox. We know you get scared from. Alright, let me hydrate. Oh, fuck, I just did the little button and flipped open my lid and water just went on my fucking drawing pad. Alright, one sec. Guzzle, guzzle, guzzle. This bottle makes like a funny noise with the water pouring out. ASMR. You hear that? Alright, so next time for learning, I didn't expect it, but we'll probably look more and inherently look more deeper into these things and flesh them out a bit more. Like I don't think we even talked about pre-mRNA, which as it is self-explanatory is probably pre-mRNA. So once we go into these processes a bit deeper, we'll probably learn a bit more about that and touch on and maybe the rRNA that I didn't really go into, and it'll probably solidify what we've been speaking about the concepts that we did, or the terms that we did speak about. So I think it's actually pretty important. And, you know, the protein and amino acids polypeptide chain, looking at the nucleotides in 3 to inform a part of the protein, the amino acid. We'll look at that a bit more closely, and transcription a bit more closely. So, you know, I kind of spoke about it, but there'll be diagrams that I can do for that in more depth. So I think the next thing that we want to look at would be transcription and translation, just in more depth. I know I've skipped over some stuff. I mean, they're kind of different, but like, you know, it's good to know as well. I mean, at some point, I'm just going with what I'm more interested to keep me excited at the moment, and, you know, I'm not going through every fundamental. Like, there is so much to learn, so it's kind of like you just pick what you're interested in, but I guess at some point it would be good to go over, like, meiosis and mitosis. And, maybe go into a little bit more. I'm trying to segue. This stuff segues to stuff that I want to talk about later, which I will talk about in a second. So I'm trying to edge into that more closely. But at the same time, and this would be relevant, is to, you know, how going on about explaining mutations. I think I've said it generally what they are, but it'd be good to like actually do a diagram and go into the nitty-gritty of what a mutation is. So like the importance, the pros and the cons, what are they? And I could be wrong, but you know how we have this DNA sequence and there's a general way of having, everyone's unique, but there's a general, you know, normal kind of like, or more often occurring like DNA, and then the code is like, you know, on one helix. It's like, you know, just say this is what most people have or something, or the norm, the masses, like A, G, C, T, A. And then like a mutation occurs, like there are several different mutations. So this is the masses and this is like something that is normal. But let's look at the example of disease. It could be like a positive thing, like a mutation could be a positive thing, not necessarily a disease, but let's just look at it as a disease, like a mutation for a disease. Let's just say this is a normal like code, like genetic code on a helix. A mutation could occur which could like lead to a disease, and it could be like, oh, okay, instead of an A, the A was like wiped out, like, or there was never an A, and it's actually fucking T, and that results in disease. Do you know what I mean? So it's the replacing. Or maybe there's like 2 A's, and that results, there's an insertion. Or maybe it's not A, it's like fucking T, and that results in disease. Do you know what I mean? But they could result in like positive mutations as well, but we're just looking at, because I do want to segue to a disease point of view. So how do we understand diseases? How do we potentially like, you know, mediate, maybe cure? Because I want to talk about Alzheimer's disease and neurological disease, and kind of tracking that and potentially like, you know, maybe a cure. People working on that. So that's a quick rundown of like mutation, but it'd be good to dedicate a bit more time rather than just squigglies there. So that's something important and probably more relevant to where I want to segue. Meiosis and mitosis is good for like core knowledge. I think it would be good to go back there at some point. I kind of skipped over that. But yeah, having said all this, the reason I'm honing in on this direction and it's kind of jumping the gun a bit and getting more complicated is because I want to talk about... I think I need more space. Alright, it's not gone, guys. It's another layer. I want to talk about... Why is it so hard to find a nice yellow color? It looks lemony and not like pea or fucking dirty. Yellow is a complementary color to purple, so it pops more. But yeah, what I eventually want to segue and learn on stream and talk about is like fuck, how do you spell it? That's a good start. I want to make sure that I'm pretty sure this is right. Embarrassing if not. Hello? Put a dot there. It's abbreviated to AD. There's also early onset Alzheimer's disease. There's more particularly late onset Alzheimer's disease, which is the majority, I think. And I always got confused, but like what's the difference between dementia and Alzheimer's disease? But dementia, take it with a grain of salt, but dementia is like an umbrella term. So Alzheimer's disease falls under dementia. Dementia doesn't fall under Alzheimer's disease. Alzheimer's disease is a form of dementia, but there are other kinds of dementia. So I always got confused with those terms. So like it falls under, dementia is an umbrella, a term that encompasses Alzheimer's disease. Let me just double check that that's how you spell it. I'm right? I think there was like this person, maybe like a potential first like recorded occurrence of someone with Alzheimer's disease, and their name was Lois Alzheimer, I think. Unless they were the person who discovered it, but I think they were the actual person with Alzheimer's disease themselves, and that's where the name came from. Yeah, that's how you spell it. Wait, let me just quickly look that up because I'm interested. Bro, what? How did I delete everything? And when am I going to be gaming? I'm cooking, whatever. Am I fucking wrong? Oh my god, it's coming up with Lois Alzheimer and it's a guy. My bad. Okay. Ignore everything that I just fucking said. Pepper, guys, pepper. That's why I say take it with a grain of salt. Okay, so someone called A. Lois Alzheimer is coming up, and they're saying they're a German psychiatrist and neuropathologist. Alzheimer is accredited with identifying the first... Okay, alright. Ignore what I just said. It's completely made up. Bro. I made it up. Good thing I drank, though. Let me find the bit where it says that they're accredited. Sorry, I'm trying to look up a word here. Not accredited, credited. Alzheimer is credited with identifying the first published case of presenile dementia, which Kreplin would later identify as Alzheimer's disease. So he was a German psychiatrist and neuropathologist and a colleague of Emil Kreplin. Emil? Alzheimer is credited with identifying the first published case of presenile dementia, which Kreplin would later identify as Alzheimer's disease. Alright, my bad. Okay, so there's someone called A. Lois Alzheimer, a dude. psychiatrist, neuropathologist, and I think maybe they were the first person to identify in publication something presenting as like Alzheimer's disease, and then later, like I guess a colleague of theirs that they worked with further kind of like consolidated an understanding of the disease, and I guess named it in homage of their colleague Alzheimer. Alright, my bad. Just ignore that story that I've said Lois Alzheimer. Bro, that's embarrassing. Kind of funny though. Alright, well, see, this is why I always go to 100% credible, JK, Google to verify things. Thank you, Google. Anyway. So, okay, let me cook, let me hear out, and then I'll shut the fuck up and move on to games. But this is where I want to head. So, have a basic rundown and understanding of Alzheimer's disease. And, fuck, why'd I put my papers away? Wait, let me just get that paper back. So, they're hallmark, like, biological markers of Alzheimer's disease that have been long in established in kind of the history of studying Alzheimer's disease for a while, and have been heavily focused on. Not to shoo that, but it would be like a good idea to like become aware of those long-standing biomarkers, but there are newer ones that I want to look at. That were kind of on the verge of like being really new and not really looked at and acknowledged, and just as indicative potentially indicative of Alzheimer's disease. But yeah, I'd want to look at the hallmark ones and then segue into this other stuff that's related to what we're learning about the genes and genetic coding and stuff like that. So yeah, I'd want to learn the hallmark. Classic hallmark features of Alzheimer's disease. So I think there's like 3, but it's like these things called neurofibrillary, I don't know if I'm saying it right, tangles, and like amyloid, beta amyloid plaques. These are just like things like they usually do them post-mortem, given like approval of their body being donated to science. People with Alzheimer's disease, they've looked at the brains and like looked at what was going on there and what's unusual and standing out in comparison to a brain that is doesn't suffer or show clinical symptoms of Alzheimer's. And yeah, so they noticed these neurofibrillary tangles and these beta amyloid plaques, a lot of the build up, and amongst other things. And probably like a reduction, like brain, I don't know if it's grey matter or I don't know, take it with a grain of salt, like like a degradation of the brain, I think. I don't know, take that with a grain of salt. But anyway, it's good to know the classics, but I would want to like later go into talking about specific genes. So like I was talking, I don't know, like with the exons and the genetic code and the nucleotide and stuff like this, and genes, like and they can the information, the DNA can be translated into proteins, which can help the body. There can be issues with disease and the genetic code that impacts what protein is being built, or like what protein is lacking. So a normal protein due to a mutation in the genetic code, or it's like a normal protein for most people that results in healthy functioning is not occurring due to a change in the genetic code, which I was just talking about, mutations and stuff. So yeah, so I want to look at, there's these genes that are involved. Remember, genetic code, exons. It's just really just like, you know, DNA and the nucleotides, but they give names to these portions of the DNA, and sometimes you refer to them as genes because they're responsible for a particular protein. There are certain genes with Alzheimer's disease that have been like found to be like what they believe is associated with Alzheimer's disease. So like mutations in these genes. So I want to talk about them. So they've like discussed a lot about this gene called like ApoE. So there are certain forms of this gene in the population, and different forms of the gene is like called alleles, I think. Alleles? I can't fucking say it. So like a lot of people will have this kind of allele of the gene. Some people might have this, some people might have this, and this might be the one that is associated with the disease, you know? This is like, you know, normal functioning, and this is like, I don't know, they're probably normal, but, you know, maybe they have a little bit more risk, but not as much as risk as the people that like are of this category that is associated with the disease more. Anyway, that's going into too much. But there's a gene called ApoE that has been like, we're going in a certain direction, and, you know, classic hallmarks, I think they talk about ApoE in relation to beta amyloid plaques or something. But there's a new direction as well, which is linked with ApoE, which was like, it's 10 years ago these articles are now, and they were more new when I was starting to look at them. But who knows, people might be looking into it more. So this is like new research, but now it's not so new, but like I don't know if anyone's picked this up, so it's really kind of interesting. It's kind of like on the verge of new stuff, and I would hope that someone, you know, I thought maybe one day I would look in and research into this stuff. But, you know, unless somebody's picked this stuff up, which they may not, it was not like a pivotal, you know how you have like trends in literature and things that people get excited up and popularized notion. This wasn't necessarily a popularized notion, but it was, you know, and it only, you know, what is a popularized notion? You know what I mean? Some important like research like tangents and like, you know, that could be fleshed out a bit more. Sometimes they do become popularized, you know? It's like comics and stuff, you know, and then they become, you know, comics, and then Marvel's popularizing Deadpool in the mainstream of cinemas now. I'm making an analogy to comics, but like in research and stuff, like maybe there are some like interesting and could be fruitful like tangents of research, branches of research, and it's a shame. Like sometimes maybe they'll be popularized and people take them up and like explore them, or sometimes they die out. Sometimes they maybe die out for a reason, but sometimes they could be like a possibly fruitful research branch that is just not picked up, unfortunately, particularly if it's not popularized. So like ApoE was once probably not popularized, but it became popularized. But there is more, I feel like a more, it was more on the frontier. I don't know where it stands today, that this other gene could be as important to understand like Alzheimer's disease and potentially mediate or cure it. Maybe more so than ApoE. So hopefully people have continued that research. Anyway, that gene is Tom40. So what? Fuck. Why is this so messy? Sorry, I was scrambling. Let's take away this scrambled fucking arrow. This Tom40, it's called the Tom40 gene. And I think it's responsible. We were talking about genes and exons and producing like proteins. It's responsible for producing a protein that is like the subunit of like what we were talking about earlier, like a subunit or something of the mitochondria. And we talked about how mitochondria is important for cell functioning and providing energy. So can you imagine if there's like an issue in this gene to do with creating a protein that is a subunit of mitochondria, and mitochondria is pivotal for every cell kind of functioning and living and a lot of things. If you can like, you can see where I'm going here. If there's like an issue with that, then you can kind of understand issues leading to disease. But anyway, So it's actually like an adjacent. I can't see in the fucking journal article I'm reading. I lost my place, but I'm pretty sure it was like it's a gene that's adjacent to ApoE. So we're talking about introns influencing exons, which are the part of the DNA that can lead to the production of directly lead to the translation of proteins, even though introns can affect that. So we're talking about exons translating to proteins and introns possibly affecting that, but also I believe genes, so other exons can influence each other. So other genes can influence each other. So apparently these ones are like linked in some way. I think they call it like linkage disequilibrium or some shit. So yeah, Tom 40. So I'm just reading. Let me cook a bit. I'm kind of overkilling this because this is the really new nitty-gritty stuff that I wanted to get back to, and it's pretty complicated. So these are just kind of like biomarkers that they've like located, where you can kind of try and identify a risk factor for a particular disease in the genetic code. So they were saying that there's a locus in kind of like Tom 40, so you know, specific locus. So you've got like A, C, T, A, and like we're pinpointing somewhere there. And I think somewhere in the genetic code, where there's an issue and linked to Alzheimer's disease, potentially, in Tom 40 is like, I think there's like they call it like a poly-T tract. So it differs in everyone, and like depending on whether, you know, you're at risk or not, or you have the disease or not, I think it's like there's a tract of like T's. So it's like T, you'll get like a short one, someone else will have more T's, I think, and someone else will have more T's in the genetic code. And a certain length of that is has been associated with a risk factor for whether it be short or long. I can't remember. I could read it now. But now I'm fucking going into this too much. So there were 3 different alleles, so of the genes that could be in the public, and in an individual, they classified one as short, one as long, and one as very long. In Caucasians, I'll have to read it later. I can't be bothered. But there is one length, like, you know, you know, of the short, of the long, you know, I'm just guessing. Like, just take this as an example, but it's not to a T. So say that's short. It's not, but it just so you get a visual, but it's incorrect. You know, just keep going. So yeah, that's how, you know. So the short, long, very long. So T is thymine. And there are like associations. I can't remember which one. We'll go into that later when we get to this point. But there are certain ones or a certain one that is more at risk. I'm not sure which one it is. But if you've got that in your genetic code, guys, like, you're more at risk of, we were looking at late onset Alzheimer's disease. Yeah. And then they link this with ApoE. So there's like a ApoE, there's different alleles for that. Kind of like these are, I don't even know, is it alleles or alleles? I think people say alleles, but I always said alleles. It's just different forms of the gene that can be in the public. Like the population. But ApoE had like its own, I'm just going to say alleles, but you know, I'm probably wrong. Diablo. I say Diablo, but everyone says Diablo. I think there was like, I'll just say that as E, but there's like E2. I think E, is it E3? And E4. And because of the chromosomes and things and the pairs and stuff, usually it will be like a combination. So you could be E2, E3, or E2, E2, or E2, E4. So bearing that in mind, it's getting too complicated. But one of these is associated with a increased risk of, or has been said in the literature. I think in science you support a notion, but you don't ever prove it, but you can disprove notions. So really the jury is out. So I'll just say like an association or it supports, because it's not, I think in science they try and go by like you don't prove something, you can disprove things, but you don't prove it. So when you're saying like, you're now analyzing your results and you're saying, you don't say this proves this, you say this supports this hypothesis. So, yeah, night, Prof. Fuck, I'm overkilling this, but it's interesting to me anyway. Thanks for hanging out, get good sweeps. So yeah, I think it was E4. ApoE4 is associated with a higher risk of Alzheimer's disease and earlier onset of the disease. Yeah. So it was E4. So that was supported. I won't say proven, but supported by the literature. But yeah, the look into Tom 40 is like in association, I think, with ApoE4. So it's one of these. I can't remember if it's the long or the short, or the very long or the short, or maybe, the long has an impact. We can go into that later, which is indicative of like increased risk. Supporting the notion of increased risk, like E4 is. So one of these do as well. Shame on me not remembering. Anyway, yeah, I wanted to I wanted to go back and relearn or solidify an understanding. I was learning at the time and I even struggled with it. Coming back at it is definitely helping it, even though I don't fully remember. And that's the point that, I'm doing this on stream because I wanted to do this stuff and I don't do it in my own time. So I feel like I'm more inclined to do it on stream and it's actually getting me to do it and excited about it. And then I share it with you guys if you're keen. But this is very complicated stuff. So, I get that can be overwhelming, but if there's something that you guys can take and grasp from it that is interesting, that's nice. That's nice for me. Also, thank you guys. Also, because this helps me do something that I wanted to do and learn. So yeah, this sounds crazy, but the stuff that we've learned about the, DNA and stuff already, I know it's a bit of a stretch. I know it's heavy, but having learned this stuff, you can kind of grasp it now. It's very difficult, but learning this stuff and making those links, and even when I said with the the biomarker in this gene, now even if I'm talking about a gene, right, I'm still take it as a grain of salt. I haven't made that link, but it's probably correct. Even talking about this is a particular gene. Okay, what is a gene? And we were talking about exons, and exons being the part of the DNA code that produces eventually, through processes and, RNA can produce a protein for bodily function. Yeah, you can take that as an understanding of what TOM40 or what ApoE are. They're genes, like the exons. They, part of the genetic code that can produce a protein for the body for healthy functioning. And, with disease, there's maybe a mutation and then, an abnormality, an abnormal protein that doesn't help. Or, a normal protein that is not getting built because there's an abnormality, a mutation. So, all this stuff that we're learning, we can kind of grasp this from the fundamentals. It's a bit of a stretch. It's a bit hard. But, this complicated stuff, if you look at the stuff that we learned and try and, internalize it, you can understand this as well. So that's an example with these genes, understanding that. And then when I was talking about a specific thing in this gene, and the different alleles. So alleles are different forms of the gene. So, an area of a gene, I keep saying that, an area of a gene in one person could be expressed one way, or in the masses one way, and then another individual can be slightly unique. It's still the same gene area. But yeah. And someone with the disease can have a certain specific code. So yeah, this was going into it a bit with the short, the long, the very long, and it's like a poly-T tract. So poly-T is just like thiamine. We were learning about the nucleotides, right? So there's A, adenine, T, thiamine, C, cytosine, G, guanine. It's just like, and you know the genetic code, like it can be anything, like T, T, A, wherever you're looking at. It could be any kind of sequence. So in this particular sequence in the TOM40 gene, there's like a stretch of T's, which is thiamine, the nucleotide. And so yeah, there's one stretch and iteration, which is short in people. There's one that's long and there's one that's very long. You know, and I guess they're all mutations because they're all variants to some degree. But yeah, if we're talking about a disease mutation, one of them is like linked with an increased, supports the notion of an increased risk factor of Alzheimer's disease. I can't remember if it's long or short or whatever. But yeah. So like we're understanding genetics now, and we're understanding disease, and we're understanding DNA. Like if you just looked at this, you'd be like, what the fuck is this? But because we've learned about like the nucleotides, we've learned DNA structure, we've learned about chromosomes and stuff like that, you can kind of like, and today we had a rundown. Oh, it's behind this. Oh, shit. This one doesn't help today, this diagram shit. But yeah, what we learned today, you can kind of appreciate potentially this stuff. And that's where I want to go. So, I don't know. It could be any other disease. I'm just have an affinity for Alzheimer's disease. I'm interested in like neuroscience, you know, and, you know, the positive, like, you know, of how the brain functions normally, but also, yeah, like neuropathology as well, and specifically Alzheimer's disease. But you could, with a lot of what we're learning, you could insert any kind of neurological disease or probably any disease in general, because we're learning about genetics and it's all pertinent. But take it as a case study, and where I have a particular interest and I'm going to explore that. But you could really, like, say you were touched in your life and somebody has like cancer or something like that, or you're interested in the cardiovascular system or something, you know, like that. Like, you could really just insert, like, this is just a case study. But yeah, that's where I want to go with learning on stream and sharing with you guys. And like, yeah, I guess, like, raise awareness of Alzheimer's disease. And learn a bit about the, you know, classic hallmark markers for it, biomarkers. What's the, like, mainstream, traditional, like, long-standing knowledge areas of focus. Which kind of branched out, and then this became kind of classic. But this was like really new stuff. It's from like probably 10 years ago now though. So when I was studying it, it was fresher than 10 years, let's just say that. But 10 years is not that long if we're talking about research and history, really. It's still kind of fresh. And it was really like, the scientists looking at this stuff, I feel personally, were really, I mean, any kind of research, you're on the frontier. But honestly, more of a frontier, because not many people were looking at this. Not many people. It's just these particular scientists, and I've read their papers and stuff like that, and it's very interesting. And I thought if I pursued science, I don't think at the time anyone was picking up this research, because the scientists had passed away, unfortunately. The lead scientist, and there were other scientists, and maybe they're pursuing it, but there was one scientist that passed away, unfortunately, that was really driving these studies, and I don't think anyone picked it fully up. And it was kind of exciting for me, because I, like, you know, touched by this and interested in this, and maybe like study myself, maybe I could pick that study up, but I don't know. This is where I am right now, but I would still like to learn about it. You know, who knows what the future entails, but regardless of whether I'm someone to pick this up or somebody else, or unfortunately it, you know, disappears and it be the way it is, I would still want to learn what was last left off about it. And who knows, the more I learn, maybe I will be inclined to come back. I don't know. But yeah. So it's kind of exciting too, right? I mean, we'll see. Like when I go back and look at this, we'll see. Has anybody picked this research up further? But yeah. But like any research, you know, anything that you kind of like, you know, examine can support a hypothesis, but it doesn't prove. So I looked at their work and I found that it was supporting the importance of this gene as a risk factor and a biomarker for this disease. But at the same time, we're all human, you know, so. But I felt like they were pretty solid. That's just my opinion. And, you know, sometimes it's important, even if it doesn't pan out, it's important to, you know, sometimes to disprove something is just as important. Because it's like the Earth, right? People thought it was flat, right? It's important to disprove that so that we know that the Earth is not flat. And then we like invest and look into, you know, what is the Earth? It's round. Do you know what I mean? So nothing's ever a waste. But at the same time, you know, people looking at, is the Earth round? And then it's like, you know, I mean, I guess that's different. It's hard. It is actually round, but I'm trying to be on the safe side with a lot of like science and how you express it. They always like, I feel like with the scientific method, they always say you support a hypothesis, but you don't prove it. You know, but you can disprove it. So, but anyway. But yeah, something that is actually pivotal. And with this, like if it is pivotal, it could lead to mediating like this disease and potentially finding a cure. Isn't that kind of exciting? And even if it doesn't, you know, it still has its place. Maybe it leads to something else. Maybe we know not to look here and we look more here or elsewhere. That could then, still as exciting, lead to like mediating a disease, remedying it, buffing it, like, you know, helping people, like easing their, you know, not easing, but making it a little bit like less shit, or like, you know, maybe cure it. And that's kind of like crazy, particularly if you're someone who suffers that disease, or like you're a loved one of someone who has suffered that. And, you know, this is just be the human life and the human way. Like, you could replace this disease with anything else. We are human. People get diseases. People have loved ones with diseases. It's just what happens. So, yeah, you can get emphatic and relate. Maybe to this one, but not to this one. But, you know, take it like a case study. This literally could be inserted for any kind of disease. Or, you know, if you're interested, like normal functioning, like, I mean, we're looking at disease in here and how to, but like a lot of this genetic code and this, like, you know, coding and following and tracking the code, you could look at it from a POV of what's normal functioning. And, you know, the amazing, how amazing the body is to do the normal functions that it does. That are complex, maybe so complex, but yet so simple. And it's like, how does our body just fucking do this? It's crazy. So if you wanted to look at it from that POV. Bro, I can't fucking help myself. I just fucking went down another rabbit hole. But anyway, at least you guys know where I kind of want to head with this. So, yeah. Pretty, crazy seeming stuff, but you know, it's not too hard to understand. Let's save that. Alright. Okay, fuck, what do I do? What do I do now? Do I still play a bit of Overwatch? I think Overwatch is too much. Do we just be a good bean? Bro, I can't. I feel like maybe I just can't right now. One day, this is a new thing that I've been doing on stream, like this learning and like sciencey shit. And knowing me, I'm blah, 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 can't control it. And, you know, that's science for you as well. So maybe it is kind of like a stream in itself until I can do snippets But you know me, I struggle with anything with the blabber and the fucking long streams. So, you know, when I start getting shorter streams down packed, yeah, I could probably do little snippet learning sessions of 5 to 10 minutes. But that's after I can get down from like 11-hour streams to like 5 hours. Bro, I'm trying to do too much. I'm definitely happy I've been doing this on stream though and sharing it. Definitely. So it's personally a thing that I am like very positive about and appreciate. So yeah, it's kind of sparked this part of me, like passion in me again, with understanding this stuff, and I'm happy with myself for like learning this on my own accord. Although doing it on stream has really helped me. So surprisingly, with the motivation and the actual getting into it. I don't know what it is. I do and I don't. But yeah. Bro, I don't know. It's definitely a shorter stream today. I'm tossing up whether I be a good bean, whether I jump into Overwatch for a bit, whether I do storyline. If I do continue further, I think I need energy. And I'm going to have to figure that one out. Bro, I've been eating kind of poo though lately, like, so, you know, to give me energy, all I can think of is, I have a banana, it's not going to be enough. I could do a little mini pizza, but I kind of classify that as bad bean, if I do that. I can make salmon, I have one more salmon left, but I feel that's more elaborate. I don't know, I just can't. I feel like if I were to do that, that would be off stream. If I was to manage and cook that correctly and like the other stuff and cut up like hopefully the avocado's right and the tomatoes. Whereas the pizza is just chuck it in there. They're the tiny ones, like 10 minutes. But that's bad bean, and I've been being bad bean past day. So I don't know. Either do that or we be good bean. I don't know. An inclination of me is just kind of be good bean today. But maybe this is it. This is a much shorter stream. I started later. It's not even 4 hours. Although it feels like heavy, because I guess the learning. Maybe we be good bean? Take it like this. This is instilling good behavior for me. Even if it is on the shorter end, it means that I can, you know, if I call it today, you know. And then, you know what I'll do? Because I do want to get in gaming. Like, did I even game last time? Bro, I can't even remember. I've been really, like, into this learning on stream, but it does take up, like, at least of now, it does take up, like, a stream. It's like a stream in itself. So, like, you know, for the sake of I do want to play games on stream and maybe people like that want to enjoy that as well, I need to like slow it down on the learning. You know what I mean? So like the next stream, like I'll be like, okay. Not even like postulate a 5 to 10 minute learning snippet because we know we're not there yet. So next stream can just be like gaming. Like obviously I chat at the beginning, but just like gaming. So maybe that's a compromise if we call it today. Yeah. Anyway. Let me go to the loo. You know, a lot of the fucking, you know, the best decisions of my life probably happen. No, just kidding. It's kind of a funny thing to say. I mean, maybe. Best insights is why I'm on the can. So let me take that time. I'll be right back and then we'll figure out what we're doing today in the next stream. Okay? But I don't know. I know I've rambled today. I know it's probably, I don't know. Maybe it's like heavy or hectic or hard to understand. But hopefully, you know, peeps can take away something. It's definitely like, I've definitely enjoyed these streams. So, you know. Hopefully in time, I'll probably just, you know, I'm just literally learning it and sharing it. But maybe in time, like, you know, I might be able to, like, you know, practice makes perfect. So maybe one day, like doing a lot more of this stuff, I can be a bit more concise. Maybe I'll do my homework beforehand. Maybe I'll do streams where it's specifically like to be more clearer and to teach, as opposed to just blindly learning on chaotically on stream. So, maybe. But this is just a start. So this is where I'm at. So hopefully people can like take away some things and, you know, enjoy and have enjoyed or appreciate some of this, because I definitely have. Anyway, all right, BRB, scratch your booty, get something to eat, a snacky, go to the loo, BRB. I'm back. Just putting my cardi on. Alright. If I'm to follow my intuition, which I really fucking listen to probably, I don't know, it's telling me as short as the stream has been today, we'll be good bean. Okay? Because it all rolls over anyway. And it's good when like I do streams. I think you're going to sleep, Prof. And I'm more energetic, you know? So like let's just be restful. Help restore my sleep routine or rest, and then it can only roll over into the next streams, and you know you're about to sleep, but you hit of damn I'm kind of hungry mode. Then you get up and make some noodle cup, and then you're awake, but then maybe you'll go to sleep. Brush your teeth. Noodles. Yeah, night, bro. Night. Hopefully they were tasty. They're tasty. And then you quickly brush your teeth. And then go to sleep. But yeah, night, bro. Alright. Yeah, I think we'll call it and we'll be good bean. I would say, who knows? Maybe surprise. You know the surprise streams that I throw out there and then don't do? Not tomorrow though, because I've had some stuff to do tomorrow. So, you know, but there could be a surprise stream on Monday. Who knows? because the next scheduled stream would be Tuesday, but who knows on Monday. But there is some things that I need to tend to on Monday, so we will see. But regardless, like even if I'm calling it shorter today, it's been a really cool thing to do on the stream and a really cool stream. And think of it as like forward thinking. The next stream, like I'll focus more on like gaming. I love these learning streams, but yeah, it's nice to get like I personally like this is what I want to do. I want to play games too. So I think the next one I will just focus like we'll put learning aside. You know, maybe for the stream after or maybe the stream after that. And pick that up then. You know, it'd be nice to do like, you know, maybe once a week or once every second week. Right now I'm really in it, so I'm enjoying maybe doing it at least once a week. Although I've probably done it twice this week because I think it was the stream before. So, but it just means I'm enjoying it, you know, and I'm really appreciating it. So hopefully you guys do too. But yeah, there are other sides and other things that I want to do too on stream. So yeah, so I think I'll focus that next stream. Like obviously I love chatting in the beginning, chatting with you guys, so I'll still do that, but probably just be gaming next time. Oh fuck as well though, I wanted to share some Juno gameplay. Let's just be good bean, because that's only for 2 days, but she'll be out eventually, so you know. Let's not just do things for the sake of it. Sometimes we gotta prioritize self-care and health. So it'd be the way that it is. But that would have been cool as well. Bit of Juno gameplay. Because, yeah, I think she's only out for another day. But she'll probably be back in like a month or something. This is just like a test run. Anyway, but we be good bean. Yeah. And anyway, guys, like, from this as well, I was thinking, and hopefully not to blabber on too much more again. So this is like where I want to go with on stream and learning and getting back to this point of looking at the research in this department that was last left off probably 10 years ago, but who knows, somebody might have, you know, picked it up today. So another interesting thing that this may lead up to on stream is, you know, those peer-reviewed scientific journal articles that can be quite dry, but they're on the crux of the frontier of new research and stuff. Let's digest them and look at them together, and what's current in research. Do you know what I mean? So this segues to that, because like once I get back into this and like read these articles from 10 years ago, I'm going to be looking for new journal articles like current, like probably 2024, 2023. Has anyone picked this up or something similar? And if not, I guess that's where it is, and we can go back to looking at these. But surely someone's picked up something along the line, surely. Maybe not. And if not, we could see where the current state is with Alzheimer's disease. If people aren't looking at this, are they still looking at this? And if they are, like, what have they discovered? What else have they discovered? Is there something else? Another gene? These are the things we can look at in, like, you know, 2023, 2024, or likes, you know, very current. The articles on these are like 2012. Maybe there is something, and that's fascinating. Maybe somebody has picked this up, and what have they learnt there? So it'll be a cool thing. Like I didn't know, there's literally a stream out for anything, and that's why I'm in that category. There's a science and technology category, and I don't know, I think somehow maybe I'm streaming it, or maybe I clicked on something, but like there was a streamer being suggested to me from that category, and I clicked on it, and they were looking at like articles, although they were interested in like I think space and I always get confused, astrology and astronomy. Is it astronomy? I get them confused. But they're interested in space and stuff like that. So they were looking at an article that was talking about possible like life, I don't know, plant forms that can grow on Mars or some shit, like, you know, and they had a scientific article up on screen, and they were like looking at it, a journal article by a peer-reviewed journal and stuff like that, and like literally the frontier of like science, a recent journal article. So that was kind of cool, like being able to like talk about it and digest, and like, you know, this is like keeping you guys can keep up to date, I can keep up to date in what's like currently going on in science. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't strike the fancy to some people, but, you know, maybe people just don't realize it yet as well. You know, like how I realized, like, with the, you know, genetics and fucking evolution is so fucking key and fascinating, actually, when I once thought nothing of it, next to nothing of it. So it's just, you know, being informed and, you know, maybe hanging in there for a second. Because that sounds cool as well. I think it was more clickbait, but, like, even with the article, after they read it. But, like, yeah, fucking growing something on Mars? Fuck yeah. I don't know. So, yeah. Yeah. But science is so broad, so there's so many things to look at. So they're interested in that. I'm interested in this. So this is probably what you're going to get, like, similar stuff here. But, you know, maybe I'll eventually branch out. Because, like I said, I had, and isn't this fascinating? I had an interest in, like, possible neuroregeneration. Like, there isn't regeneration of the spinal cord, like, you know, in humans. But there is in particular fish. And, you know, maybe also not just the spinal cord, you know, like brain cells and stuff like that. You know, that's an interesting topic, right? Where does that currently stand? Who knows? We could look into that. That's kind of cool, for me at least. And that's different, you know, different from this topic, but we could come down to like a genetic POV probably as well. But we could look at that too. So, I don't know. You know, maybe, you know, you guys might have like a scientific thing, like, you know, Fruffy with the bird songs. I could literally try and like figure that out. Like, not figure it out, but like find an article that might touch on that might shed some light, like, or like, you know, be, you know, an experiment that's going on that's probing into that, if it exists. That would be interesting. I could share like how I find these things so that you can, you know, do it yourself if you ever wanted to. By the way, Google Scholar is fucking gold. Bro, I feel like Google Scholar taps into everything, not gonna lie. So, I just Google Scholar everything. There are some things that it probably doesn't pick up, but I feel for the most part, Google Scholar tapped into everything. It tapped into paid journals, what's free. Some journal articles are free, open access online. It tapped into paid things, and then you'll go to the paid website, and then maybe if you have uni access or you pay for access, or maybe somehow, you know. I felt like Google Scholar just literally showed most. Like sometimes you might go through a paid, like you can look at for journal articles on an actual specific database, like a specific database, or go to specific journals, and they might not, you can find articles there that might not come up on Google Scholar, but as an easy starting point, and for the most part, I felt like Google Scholar like really linked up with everything. And it's just like one place to use. So you don't have to go to all these different databases or know them or whatever. And I always found it would suffice. You know, even if it's not capturing 100%, and it's probably capturing 90. And the 90 is enough, as opposed to the 10% you might be missing out. You know, there's enough interesting stuff there. Yeah. But anyway, it's basically just Google Scholar. But we could, like, I could show on screen, like, you know, stuff. Anyway, and maybe show an example article on screen. I'd probably do the free, obviously the open access ones, because I think those are the ones that are supposed to be open to public, so I could share on screen. Because there are journal articles that are open access for the public, free, and then there are other ones behind, like, you know, like anything else, like a subscription to a journal, you have to pay to access them and read them. But yeah. I like it when, I know it's a lot of hard work and shit, but I like it when information is free, you know, sharing that with the public freely. I like that. Anyway, you realize, like, when you're not part of an educational institution, how much, like, some articles are really behind paid subscription walls, and, like, as if I'm gonna fucking subscribe. So, unless I'm, you know, a scientist, but then if I'm a scientist, I'll probably be part of an institution and I'll get it for free. Not for free, but the institution pays a subscription fee and I have access, so. But yeah, you forget that when you're studying and stuff, like, your access is coming from the university, paying the subscription and you're allowed to see it. I think they might pay a special subscription, obviously, because a lot of people are allowed to view from it, so maybe it's a bit more pricey. But they pay it. But you pay the university, so it's a business. So it's the least they fucking can do, to be honest. Yeah, with the price of education these days and the debt that you will get in, it's the least they could do, mate. It's literally, you are paying for it, technically. Or you will be. Anyway, but there's enough free shit on the internet, like open access, to be honest, to keep you, like, you know, that suffice. You know, you might not get that particular article, but there's gonna be something else open access. Anyway, possibilities for the future. You know, this is a new part to stream. Maybe I'll branch out. Maybe I just need to do it with the comic thing. I don't know how I'll approach that on stream, but you know, I kind of just did it with the learning thing, and now it's a thing, and I love it. So maybe I just kind of need to, you know, I gotta be careful because I'm probably like doing, not careful, but it's like I'm trying to do a lot of things here. But it would be nice to at least explore maybe something like comic book related on stream. I'm just not really sure how to approach that, and I'm also a lazy fucking wing it bean. But maybe one stream I'll just fucking wing it like I did with the learning thing, and I'll just be like, hey guys, so we're gonna like fucking do something comic related today. I don't really know how I'm gonna do it, but like, yeah, let's do it. So that might be fun. You know, to talk about like Batwoman comics or something like that, or like Gwenpool, or maybe a new comic or something. So I don't know how I'm gonna go about that, you know, because you can't just show comics on stream, and you know, technically, you know, yeah. So I'm not sure. Maybe I'd do some art and chat about what I've read or something. I don't know. That one's a bit like I'm not sure. But maybe I'll just wing it at some point. But anyway, next stream I think is primarily gaming. Like I'm just going to chat, but you know, get a bit more gaming in there. Because I feel like that's my primary thing. You know? Well, not. It's where I sort of came from, alright? So it's still the core of like me and my like streaming. Well, honestly, rambling is the core, but you know. Anyway, okay, yeah, let's be good, Bean. Oh my god, when have I ever done well, at least it's 4 hours now. When have I ever done a 4-hour stream? Not gonna lie, it felt longer than that. Probably because this is like fucking heavy shit. So, yeah. But, you know, keep you in suspense. We'll come at it next time. Like, I'll talk about transcription. No, I can't draw on that. We'll talk about translation, transcription, but we might touch back here and go back into looking. We'll go for another hour. We'll figure out which one. Am I drawing on the other layer and I can't see it? Probably. I don't know. This is so messy. We'll figure out which one was the risk factor. Or maybe there was one that was hybrid. So one was like a risk factor and one was like kind of like a risk factor but less. And one was like more associated with a normal functioning. But we'll figure out which poly-T track it was at the short, long, or very long that was the highest risk factor that, you know, was associated. The research supported a higher risk factor of late onset Alzheimer's disease. So we know with ApoE it was E4, the genetic allele, so people who had E4. And I think it was in tandem, so there was a linkage disequilibrium, so it would be people with E4 and whatever's the most risky allele for Tom40 poly-T track. Was it the short, long, very long? So keep it in suspense. I can't remember which one was, even though that was the thing that I was heavily looking at. And we'll also learn what a polymorphism is. I think I basically just touched on it, but I think that's an important concept as well. And we basically just touched on it. I can't remember. Take it with a grain of salt. But, like, you know, when I was saying, like, the short is, like, you know, this many T's. Like, that's... We'll talk about polymorphism at some point. It's to do with the nucleotides and the variances, I think. The varied presentations, I think. But I feel like that's an important concept I was trying to get my head around that might be good to share with you guys. What is a polymorphism? Anyway. Alright. Save. Extra concept. But yeah. Keep you fucking on the edge. Cliffhanger. We'll figure that out next time. We'll learn it next time. Which one was associated with a higher risk of late onset Alzheimer's. Anyway. Next time to be continued. Alright, yeah, let's be a good bean. I'm gonna go get something to eat. Bro, I kind of want an energy drink, but I feel like I should be saving them for stream. We'll see if I'm a bad bean. Maybe I'll just have a coffee. Yeah. Energy drinks to give me that buzz if I'm streaming a bit longer. So, I only got 2. I gotta save them. And I can't live on energy drinks, it's bad. They've become my fucking guilty pleasure lately. I never had them before, really. Anyway. The mother energy drinks. There's this new flavor I got. It's like, I'm trying because they didn't have it in stock before, but they had it in stock this time, and it's lava guava. Lava guava. It's kind of like a purple can. I almost thought they gave me the berry one by accident. Purpley pink can. So we'll see if it's a good flavor. But I didn't risk it. So I was like, I don't know if I like it. I was going to get 2. So I got Sherbert. I got 2, and I got the other one as the classic rainbow sherbet, because we know that's good. But we'll try the lava guava at some point. Tell you how it is if it's not on stream, but I should be saving them for stream. My little fucking kick. But anyway. Alright, it's been nice. I don't know about you guys. Maybe I got to get your feedback, how you guys have enjoyed. But I'm enjoying it. Yeah, it'd be nice to get some feedback if, you know, you guys are enjoying it or taking away something. I understand it might not be a field of interest. Maybe it could be. Maybe there are other things that you can take away, if not direct. But yeah. It's something I like and personal to me. So, you know, I hope that someone can take something out of it. But at the very least I have. So that was kind of the point, to be fair. So I want to like learn these things. I want to like get back in touch. But I feel like I don't do this shit unless I'm in an educational institution. But I don't want to be in one right now. That's not where I am. I don't know if I'll go back. But I still want to learn. And I still want to get back to this stuff and know this stuff and touch on this stuff. And I'm just not doing it in my, like, you know, leisure time, as I always told myself to. But now I kind of am. Because, you know, for some reason when I do it on stream, it's a thing. So I don't know what it is. And it's actually very enjoyable. So I don't know what it is. You guys get to listen and watch me flounder, trying to learn and get shit wrong. And also surprisingly get some things right. Anyway. Alright, good beanery. Good beanery. We be good bean. So, thanks for hanging out today. Geek-san, Fruffy, Bees, if you're still here, probably falling asleep. Koofy, Betty, I don't know, scrolling back and cheating. Poissy, holler in chat if you want a personal goodbye. Otherwise, bye everyone. Thanks for watching, lurking, supporting, learning, putting up with me. And yeah, we shall be back. Who knows, okay? Because that's a good bean today. Who knows? But at the very least, you know, if I'm not back sooner, I might be, you know, getting my sleeping schedule on track, which means I've got more energy for stream. So yeah, next because it's the weekend, next anticipated stream is a couple of days. But I can say there will be no surprise stream tomorrow, but since when has there ever been? So maybe Monday, but there is something I do need to address Monday, so probably not. So the typical Tuesday, Australia. And we'll game. See how I feel on the day, but we'll game. We'll chat a bit. I'll try and use my alarm thing to keep me in check, but I'll have no plans for learning. Okay, guys, you're free. You're free on that day from any pump quiz. Kidding, but I mean, there's not going to be a pump quiz, but yeah, that's not a learning stream, you know. Unless for some reason I'm ecstatic. Nah, I want to do a bit of everything. So that, you know, I anticipate strongly that that's the direction of that stream. We'll just game. So maybe it won't be Overwatch. The only exception today, because we played the Overwatch last stream, the only exception today was because of the Juno, but Juno won't be out anymore, Sag. The new hero to try. So I might start my endeavor on Harold Halibut. My fucking what number fucking storyline game is this that I'm starting and I haven't finished the others? But yeah, that number. My 8th fucking storyline yet to be finished, but I'll start it. So anyway, I feel like this storyline game has good music, good soundtrack, good animation. I feel like it has good comedy and good heart and an interesting plot. So I think it'd be nice to just vibe. Anyway. Alright! Longest goodbyes ever. But yeah. So, you know, unless there's a surprise stream on my Monday, we'll see a couple days time. Australian Tuesday. And then, you know, I'll try and stick to the schedule as of now. For now, the current schedule. So that's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturdays. So it's just the weekend. After the weekend to the Tuesdays, this extra day. Anyway, but we'll see if on Mondays there's a bonus, but, you know, don't count your chickens. Anyway. Alright. Be good, Bean. Thanks for hanging out and learning with me today. And yeah. Might see you on Glorified Timeline Tuesday. And we'll see if we can work on some like hair clips for Lil Moosh. I've been thinking I want to do some hair clips, but we'll see if I find the time. I'm trying to bite off more than I can chew. But if I get something done, you'll probably see on Tuesday. But anyway. Alright. Once human as well. So we'll try and figure that out at some point. Once I can get everyone together to get in a server, create a character that could be on the horizon at some point. Playing a bit of Once Human, free to play game by the way. But yeah, it's kind of like an apocalyptic game, but it's got like a lot of essences of different games intertwined. So as a storyline, it can be a bit hectic, but it also can be chill. You can have your own base and base build and stuff. So you can collect pets and shit. So it's pretty cool. And you can create a Kahoot Purty character, but we'll see. I have to get into a server first with the other guys before I can create a character. So, but I've seen other people create a character. And also, I think I saw another stream, I showed it in Discord, a really cute squin. So like the clothes in the game fucking suck ass. But now I realize why they suck ass. Because V-Bucks. Because you buy the good skins. So there was a sweet ass skin, but you have to buy it. Go down. But it looks good. Anyway. Let's hold our horses. Let's play the base game, see if we enjoy it. Not that I can afford it, but maybe, you know, one day. Sorry. Choking on my own fucking flesh here. We gotta see if we enjoy the game before we invest, alright? Not that I can right now, anyway. Alright, so be good bean. Alright, like a band-aid. Make sure you get some noms. I'm gonna get something to eat now. No particular order. Get some chills, get some rest, get a good sweeps. I can talk, but I'll try. This is more a mantra for myself than anything. In the morning, wake up, do something positive, like something good, like just one thing, just one tiny thing that you've been wanting to do on your to-do list, whatever. Be a good bean. And then, I don't know, then just chill. Like, I find, you know, if you wake up in the morning and you do something that you don't necessarily want to do, or you lack the motivation, you're like half awake anyway. So you're more easily swayed to just fucking do shit. And then, like, it's out of the way. Because a lot of the time, like, I'm, you know, guilty. We procrastinate, right? And then the whole time we're procrastinating throughout the whole day, we feel kind of like shit. And then we have to do it anyway at some point, you know what I mean? Or it gets worse or whatever. If you do it in the morning, you don't have a whole day of feeling shit. And you feel, if anything, better. And then you can reward yourself as well. You know? And, like, I don't know if you're like me, but in the morning I'm groggy. So, like, I'm more easily swayed if I just have a slight initiative to do something, because I'm, like, half awake. And you know what? Did I even do it? But I did. Like, you know, I probably didn't do it at the best peak of performance, but, like, I'm groggy. Like, you know, it's just fucking done. And I've barely woken up in the day, but I've already done it. So it's like, hell yeah. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Anyway. So do that, and if it's morning now, you do it now, and then be good bean, and then enjoy your time. You know, it's the weekend. Anyway, alright. Night, everyone. Bye, everyone. Thanks for hanging out, and yeah, for these new streams as well, the learnings, learning together, and we'll probably see you on Tuesday. Coming Tuesday, Australia then. And do some gaming. Figure it out more on the day. But yeah. If it's more chill, it'll probably be Harold Halibut. Or maybe I want to finish off Roki, but I kind of want to start this game. It was on sale, I got it, and you know, it's definitely not the driving factor, but yeah, if I start to play it, and then, you know, it later goes on sale and I haven't finished it, I can at least say I already started to play it, you know? So I still had that playing experience before it went on a cheaper sale. So it's not like I got it on sale in vain, and then I could have just waited and got it cheaper. But like, no, I actually started playing it. Yeah, definitely not the driving factor of why I want to play it though. Anyway, big or bean bye. All right, we gotta do this. Otherwise, I fucking could just rattle onto myself for another 10 hours. Oh yeah, world record. I mean. Actually, for me, shortest stream in a long while. I have the capacity. I just do heavy learning streams and start stream later. It's possible to do shorter streams. Anyway, this is a simple good thing, because, like, time's gonna change, and I can't keep up what I'm doing, like, you know, for the foreseeable future, for a period of time until I maybe can again. So it's more reasonable to be able to do shorter streams. So if I can get my head around, it's really a head thing, is it? Get my head around whatever of doing shorter streams, I can still maintain the regular streaming. So that's something I want to do, and I feel is personally more important than a longer stream. I just need discipline. But hey, I got it today. Anyway. Says me as I continue to rattle on for 2 hours. Anyway, be good, bean bye! Alright? Thanks for supporting, lurking, watching, learning. You know, glorified timeline, but we might see you, if not before, Australia Tuesday. For some chatting and gaming. Alright. Be good bean bye. Bye everyone. all you sleeping out there, falling asleep to my stream. Okay, my bad, that's me. Bye-bye! I always like screaming bye at the end of the stream anyway. Bye! Be good, bye.